שלום אייל אברהמי, העורך הראשי של שומרים.
שלום לאלונה וינוגרד, מנכ"לית שומרים, וברוכים וברוכות הבאים לכנס הראשון של שומרים, המרכז לתקשורת ודמוקרטיה.
יש לנו כנס מדהים היום, כזה ששם את העיתונאים במרכז, שמעמיד את התחקיר העיתונאי בלב ליבה של העבודה העיתונאית כשומרת הדמוקרטיה, חושף את השחיתויות, וזו שמאירה את המקומות האפלים ביותר, מתוך הבנה שזו הדרך לחברה בריאה ומתוקנת.
הבאנו היום עיתונאים שמציגים את הסטנדרט הגבוה ביותר של התחקיר, כאלה שחשפו כמה מהסיפורים המסעירים והמטורפים של העשור האחרון, סיפורים שהרעידו את אמות הסיפים ושינו את החיים של מיליונים. ולרובם גם יש ארון גדוש בפרסים כמו הפוליצר.
כן, ואם אני חושבת על מה שאני רוצה שיצא מהכנס הזה, עם מה יצאו ממנו הצופים, אז אני רוצה שיצאו מפה עם הרצון לעוד תחקירים שחושפים ונותנים ערך מוסף. אני רוצה שיצאו מפה עם ההבנה הברורה של לעיתונות בישראל יכול להיות הכוח להשפיע על המציאות, לדרוש תשובות ממקבלי ההחלטות, לחשוף ולתקן עוולות, לדאוג לזכויות המיעוט ולחזק את הדמוקרטיה. ועם האמונה הזאת והפאתוס הזה, בוא נצא לדרך.
אני לגמרי איתך, ובהחלט יש פה בכנס סטנדרטים עיתונאיים שאליהם אנחנו צריכים לשאוף. אבל אני הייתי רוצה עוד משהו. הייתי רוצה שגם הקהל, כלומר צרכני התקשורת ולא רק העיתונאים, ירגיש את האחריות. ככל שהוא יצרוך יותר תחקירים וידרוש אותם, כך הם יתרבו ויעמיקו. במשחק הדמוקרטי הזה, כולם שחקנים.
אז כמו כל כנס שמכבד את עצמו, נתחיל בדברי הברכה ונעביר את המיקרופון והכבוד ללורה לאודר, שעם בן זוגה גרי לאודר הקימו את שומרים. Hi Laura, it's great to see you.
Shalom, Eyal and Alona. I am Laura Lauder and I am so proud to be involved in this extraordinary conference that you are all attending that is shining a light of transparency on Israel's democracy without favor. That is the motto of our organization, the Guardians. We are here to protect and safeguard Israel's democracy without ideology and with leanings one way or another. In fact, today we are focused on the kinds of subjects that Israel needs to focus on to protect its democracy. Liberal democracy is so critically important to the Jewish homeland. From subjects like PTSD, to the criminal justice system, to the high mortality rates in the Orthodox community, these are the kinds of subjects that we focus on, not politics, not the conflict, and certainly not security. Because Israel's democracy is dependent on a stable civic society. What was the inspiration for creating this? I've been involved in investigative journalism in the United States for many, many years. I was originally on the board of National Public Radio and also involved with ProPublica here in the US. These have helped safeguard democracy in the United States. A free press and deep investigative journalism will ensure visibility and transparency. And that's what we're trying to create here with Shomrim. I want to say a special thank you to Yoel Esteron, who is chair of the board of Shomrim and has been my inspiration all along, and Oded Hermoni for introducing us. And now on with the show. Enjoy this very important and special conference. Welcome and shalom.
שלום ותודה שהצטרפתם לכנס שומרים הראשון. אני רוצה לספר לכם איך שומרים נולד, איך כל זה התחיל. לפני שהקורונה השתלטה לנו על החיים, פגשתי בתל אביב את לורה לאודר. לורה היא פילנתרופית אמריקאית שחיה בקליפורניה, אבל הלב שלה נמצא בישראל והיא עוקבת בהתפעלות ולפעמים גם בדאגה על מה שקורה כאן. לורה שאלה אותי איך היא יכולה לסייע, לתרום לשיח הדמוקרטי בישראל. מהר מאוד הגענו לרעיון שנקים כאן גרסה ישראלית של פרופובליקה. מה זה פרופובליקה? זה ארגון וולונטרי אמריקאי, עמותה, שיוזמת תחקירים לתועלת הציבור. בישראל, שומרים, הגרסה הישראלית, אנחנו מחויבים ורוצים לעשות כמיטב יכולתנו לטובת השיח הדמוקרטי, הערכים הדמוקרטיים בישראל. זה ארגון שאיננו מתחרה בתקשורת, להפך, התקשורת הישראלית היא תוססת, היא חיונית, אנחנו כאן כדי לעזור לתקשורת, כדי לייצר עיתונות עומק, עיתונות תחקירים, לטובת השיח הדמוקרטי. זה החזון שלנו, וזו גם ההזדמנות בשבילי להודות לכל המייסדים של שומרים, ובראשם גרי ולורה לאודר, וכמובן לצוות המנצח של שומרים, המנכ"לית אלונה וינוגרד, והעורך הראשי אייל אברהמי. תודה רבה לכם ותודה רבה לכל הצופים לנו.
נתחיל בניים דרופינג.
יאללה, יהיו פה היום מרטין ברון, שהתמנה לעורך הראשי של הוושינגטון פוסט בינואר 2013, ופרש ממנו בתחילת השנה הנוכחית עם 10 פרסי פוליצר נוספים לשבעה שכבר היו לו קודם, ועם ניוזרום שהכפיל את עצמו לכמעט 1,000 עיתונאים.
שכחת את ההשראה לספוטלייט, הסרט על התחקיר של הבוסטון גלוב שהוא ערך בזמנו ושחשף את ההתעללות המינית של כמרים קתולים בילדים. זה סרט חובה והוא גם קיבל אוסקר. אבל אם נחזור לכנס, אז תהיה פה גם ג'ודי קנטור מהניו יורק טיימס, שחשפה ביחד עם מייגן טוהי את סיפור התקיפות המיניות של הרווי ויינסטיין, חשיפה שפתחה את הדלת לתנועת המיטו והפכה את העולם.
וגם אריסה קוויטובסקי, שחשפה את סיפורי ההתעללות המינית בנבחרת התעמלות הנשים של ארצות הברית, ואת ההסתרה ארוכת השנים ושיתוף הפעולה של מנהליה. הסיפור הזה הביא 500 מתעמלות לספר בפעם הראשונה על ההתעללות שעברו. העדויות שלהן שלחו את רופא הנבחרת לארי נאסר ל-175 שנה בכלא. גם סיפור הזה עשה את דרכו לנטפליקס, אם מישהו מחפש תעסוקה לסגר הבא, חלילה.
טוב, המציאות עולה על כל דמיון, ולכן תחקירים זה חומר מצוין לסרטים ולסדרות. מי שעוד יהיה פה זה סטיב קרופט, מתוכנית התחקירים 60 Minutes. הוא פרש לפני שנתיים, אחרי 30 עונות, 11 פרסי אמי, ועוד המון פרסים אחרים על עשייה עיתונאית. ומי יכול להיות יותר מתאים לראיין אותו מאשר אילנה דיין?
וגם ג'נין גיבסון תהיה פה, שכעורכת אתר הגארדיאן בארצות הברית קיבלה את מסמכי סנודן המודלפים, והובילה את צוות העיתונאים לפגישה איתו בהונג קונג. זה הפך לאחד התחקירים המפורסמים והמדוברים של העשור.
ויהיו גם ריצ'רד טופל, נשיא פרופבליקה, וסטפן אנגלברג, העורך הראשי שלה. למי שלא יודע, נספר שמאז הקמת פרופבליקה ב-2007, היא הספיקה לגרוף כמה וכמה פוליצרים. ואולי לא פחות חשוב מזה, מבחינתנו היא גם המודל, גם ההורים והתומים, וגם כל השאיפות שלנו בחיים.
חד משמעית. טוב, נסגור את זה ועוד ונצא לדרך?
יאללה, בואו נתחיל עם איתן ברונר, היום עורך בכיר בדסק התחקירים הבינלאומיים בבלומברג, ואחד ממייסדי שומרים. בשנות ה-90 הוא הגיע לירושלים ככתב לענייני המזרח התיכון של הבוסטון גלוב. ב-2001 הוא זכה בפוליצר על סדרת הכתבות שלו על אל-קאידה שפורסמה בניו יורק טיימס, ובהמשך הוא היה ראש שלוחת הניו יורק טיימס במזרח התיכון שפועלת מישראל.
איתן יראיין את מרטין ברון, העורך המיתולוגי של הוושינגטון פוסט. ניתן לברונר להציג את ברון כמו שצריך. היי, איתן.
Hi, Alona and Eyal. Marty Barron, thank you very much for joining us. Marty has just stepped down after 8 years as the top editor of the Washington Post, where lots of wonderful things happened in that period, including coverage of the National Security Agency that won a Pulitzer, was not the only Pulitzer. And Marty came to the Post from the Boston Globe, where he was also, for almost a dozen years, the top editor, and there famously led the paper's coverage of the Roman Catholic Church's abuse of children. If you haven't seen the movie Spotlight, you really ought to rent it as soon as this conference is over. He's played by Liev Schreiber perfectly, brilliantly, and before that, Marty was the executive editor of the Miami Herald. In the late 90s, and a year or two after that, he was at the New York Times as an editor, which is where we got to know each other. I was a reporter there at the time. He's called Marty Barron, but I think it might be Martin Bar-On originally, I'm not sure. And so given we have an Israeli audience, I thought, Marty, I would welcome you and ask you just to tell us for a second or two about your parents and their Israeli origins, if I understand correctly. How are you?
Sure, Ethan, thanks. And thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Yeah, my great-grandfather, he came from Bessarabia early on. He was an early Zionist. He was part of the first Aliyah to what was then Palestine, although he was not part of the first influx of immigrants. He joined the Zionist movement about the time that Herzl wrote Der Judensat. He was 15. He was too young to go to the Zionist Congress, I guess, from what I'm told. And so he was 17, and in 1897, he immigrated to Palestine. He lived in Nes Ziona, and he was a farmer, he was a builder. He was involved in, I'm told, in making Tel Aviv, helping to make Tel Aviv a separate city from Jaffa. He built an early post office in Tel Aviv, and there's even a tiny street named after him in Petah Tikva. His daughter, who was my grandmother, was born in 1902 in Petah Tikva and lived in Nes Ziona. And then my grandfather, his family went from Poland to the United States, and in 1910, and when he was 14, and then when he was 28, he emigrated to Palestine in 1922. And my mother was born in what was then Palestine, and then my father left Germany in early 1937, unfortunately, and his family immigrated to what was then Palestine. And he served in the Independence Army, and then in 1952 they moved to Paris, and 2 years later they moved to the United States.
It's a great story, actually. I mean, also the names of those towns, Nes Ziona and Petah Tikva, they're also symbolic. So I didn't realize, actually, it's a more interesting answer than I expected. So thank you for that. Marty, when you arrived at the Post, it was actually a moment of relative crisis for the paper. It was constricting its newsroom. It really wasn't sure, like most newspapers at the time, how it was going to move forward, what its business model was going to be. And in some fashion, you had an incredible piece of luck of just Jeff Bezos agreeing to buy the paper and to reinvigorate it. Talk a little bit about that moment, because it really was such an important shift for that paper, and I think for American journalism. And of course, you got a lot of credit too. I don't mean it's all about money, but you know that this did make a big difference, right?
Yes, when Jeff acquired us, it made a big difference. I mean, even prior to that, we were trying to sort of make sure that we rededicated ourselves to really ambitious journalism. And my line at the time was that the New York Times could be the U.S. Army, and we would be the Special Forces, and we could still win with that. We did have, as you indicated, the story on the National Security Agency just prior to Jeff acquiring us. But when he did acquire us, obviously he made a huge difference. The first thing is that he just wanted to change our strategy. We had been a news organization that was constricting, that was becoming smaller, focusing on our region. Of course, we would cover government and politics because we were in the nation's capital. But other than that, we were going to focus on Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, and Maryland. He came in and said that strategy may have been right in the past. It was lucrative, certainly, but that we needed to change it, and we had a great opportunity to do so because we should be national and even international, because we were in the nation's capital. We had a name, the Washington Post, which could be leveraged to a national and even international level. And we had a history and a heritage going back to Watergate of, as you put it, shining light in dark corners. And so that really defined our identity with the American public, even though most of the American public had no access whatsoever to the Washington Post. And he said, we have this opportunity. The internet has given this gift. It's destroyed all the pillars of your industry and your business, but it has given you a gift. And of course, we wondered what that gift might be. But he said, worldwide distribution at virtually no additional cost. And so here we had this opportunity to distribute our journalism across the country and across the world. And we were well positioned to become a national and even international publication.
It's actually, again, an even more interesting answer than I expected, Marty, because I didn't realize that the whole notion of shifting from being a regional paper to being what you've become really originated with Bezos. That's very interesting. So he's shifted the way we shop, and he's shifted an important part of journalism, not just signed a check, but actually put forward a strategy, huh?
Yes, he did. And I think that's probably the most important thing that he did. Of course, the money was incredibly important. He made an investment in us. He gave us a runway. I wouldn't deny the importance of the money. But, look, we could have poured money in with the wrong strategy, and it would have we wouldn't have had any results that we would be proud of. And instead, you have to have a strategy, and then the money has to go toward that strategy. So the strategy is the most important.
It's true. Now, the other thing that happened, of course, in your tenure was the election of Donald Trump, which was also a fascinating injection of energy into American journalism for, good and bad reasons. And I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about that next. So one of the reasons that I want to talk about it is, as we think about Shomrim and its role in Israeli media, one of the things is to sort of stand up for democracy and for free speech, faced a little bit by a head of state, a head of government who has challenged some of those things, certainly taken on the media in a way that's not so different from the way Donald Trump attacked American media. And I think one of the challenges for the media is to know how to respond to that and not be seen as opposing the person who runs the government, rather standing up for certain principles. So could you talk for a minute or two about how you navigated that issue? Because it was in your face. He was very, very nasty to the Washington Post, and it required an enormous amount of maturity to handle it properly.
Yeah, well, on his first full day in office, he went to the CIA, and instead of talking mostly about intelligence matters, he talked about how he said, as most of you know, I'm at war with the media. And I said after that we're not at war with the administration, we're at work. And I really meant that our work is to hold government accountable, hold all powerful individuals and institutions accountable. That's central to our purpose as a media institution. In fact, it's the very idea embedded into the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And when Madison talked about freely examining public characters and measures, that's what he was talking about, is holding government and power to account. And so, so I was very determined that we not be seen as going to war. One of his aides said at the time that we were the opposition party, and we shouldn't turn ourselves into the opposition party. Our job was to gather the facts, put them in context, and give the people, the public, the information that it needs and deserves to know to be engaged citizens. And that was our job, to be independent and to go about our business with integrity and credibility. Now, inevitably, that might put us into conflict with the government, but that is the consequence of doing our work. It's not the purpose of our work. And so that is the approach that we took, and I think that's the appropriate approach for independent journalistic institutions.
Were there times when it felt to you that others didn't understand that distinction, not just the president, but even those who were supporting your work?
Yeah, I think so. I think that we're in a time where people want to say, whose side are you on? They want you to be a partisan. They enjoy that. They may support that. And there's even I would say a worrying temptation among people, perhaps within journalism itself, to say, look, this is a challenge to our values. This is an assault on our values of tolerance and empathy and civility and diversity and all of that. And so while we may say we're not at war, we're in war. We're in a war whether we like it or not. But I think that is a temptation and an instinct that we really have to fight against. I think we should stick to gathering up the facts, putting them in the proper context, working with independence, and giving the public the information it needs and deserves to know. And that applied during the Trump administration. It should apply during the Biden administration, and I think it is at the Washington Post. And it certainly applied during the Obama administration, where we did hold him to account. I mean, when he rolled out the Affordable Care Act, known as Obamacare, it was completely mismanaged, and we showed that. And the administration did not like us for the work that we were doing at the time, and that's the way it goes.
Absolutely. At the same time, the sense I have here, and maybe in Israel too, is that the polarization that you allude to is also beginning to affect younger journalists. Do you feel that at all? Do you, in your dealing with younger journalists, feel that their sense of the importance of neutrality has shifted in some way compared to our generation?
Yeah, I mean, and I don't buy the idea of neutrality. It's not the one that I'm looking for. I like the idea of objectivity, and what I see as objectivity, and that's been, a lot of people would like to throw out the idea with today's trash, but I think that what objectivity means, and it's a concept that goes back 100 years, is that we go into stories with an open mind, that we're willing to listen, and we're eager to listen, and we recognize that we have a lot to learn, and that we go into stories not with all the answers, but with a lot of questions, tough questions, good questions, but that we're open-minded when we go about our stories, and we recognize that there's a severe limit to what we know, and that our own life experiences are limiting as well. They may inform us, but they also limit us. And so that's the concept that I think we need to go in with, is that we go in with the idea of being open-minded, fair, honest, honorable. But when we do all our work, when we've been rigorous about our work, when we've been thorough, then we tell people what we've learned in an unflinching way. We don't pretend that we haven't done that work, that we haven't discovered what the facts are. We don't pretend that we haven't discovered what the truth might be if we've actually found it out. We tell people what we found. And that's part of objectivity too, and it's the part that often gets lost in these conversations.
And that's why you object to the word neutrality, because it feels to you that once you've learned and figured something out, you actually have something to say, and that's not neutral?
That's exactly right, is that I don't think it's like everything has to be 50-50. When people talk about balance, that means that regardless of the work you did, well, right, 50% will be what you discovered, and 50% will be what other people say. That's not the way I believe it should work.
I mean, when I used the word neutrality, I didn't mean that when it's all over, you had no view on it because you've learned something. I meant that you go into it without a view, as you said, with an open mind.
And I think it's important that we define our terms as we go, as we use them, because sometimes people are repudiating terms where we all have a different understanding of what it means.
So I wanted to ask you a little bit about the Snowden and NSA story, because it was such a big deal and so risky in many ways. One of in particular, the issue that you would be afraid that you were endangering something truly important for the country. How did you go about balancing your sense of what the public needed to know and what the government said it shouldn't know?
Well, it was hugely challenging. It was a very sensitive subject, obviously. These were the most classified documents within the U.S. government. Exactly. And they involved matters of national security. And the national security apparatus in the United States was very much wanted us not to publish anything. That said, the government had engaged in essentially an intrusion into people's privacy without any public debate whatsoever. And I think there was and we go through this process where we ask ourselves, is there really a strong public interest argument for publishing? And we felt there was a strong public interest argument for publishing because there had been a change in the balance between national security and personal privacy without any public debate in our democracy. And there needed to be a public debate about that. There needed to be a discussion about that. We can't just cede to the government the decision to decide that it's going to collect all sorts of information that previously we never expected that they would collect. And that if we knew they were collecting it, we would object to that. And so we can't just leave those decisions to people in the intelligence community or to politicians. I mean, in this instance, many of the politicians didn't even know about it. So representatives of the American people didn't know about it. So on that basis, we decided to publish.
And was there a debate internally about certain details that you should or shouldn't include? Were there things you kept out?
Yeah, there were details that we kept out. As in all of these cases, we always go to the intelligence agencies and tell them what we're going to publish. We are straightforward with them. We are transparent about what we know and what we intend to publish. And we always give them an opportunity to argue against anything or everything. And they often do. In fact, they almost always do. And so there were many instances where there were particular details that they didn't want published. And in a number of instances, we withheld details which would have put in danger a particular method or a particular, certainly an individual. We didn't want to put at risk anybody's life, and we avoided doing that. And I do think that there were people who were involved who were in government at the time, who have told me subsequently that they felt that while they wish we had not published anything, they did feel that we went about it in a careful and serious way.
I think that's true. I certainly felt that way as a reader. I want to ask you also about the Catholic Church story in Boston. There is something sort of fascinating and amusing about the story itself, which is that you came in as a genuine outsider to the paper and to Boston, and as a Jewish American, as opposed to this very heavy Catholic city, and in many ways, the paper is pretty Catholic. I worked at the Globe before you were there, as you know. And so, one of the things that's so interesting in journalism is the role that being an outsider can give you, that it actually can be helpful because questions don't get necessarily asked by people, certain assumptions are made. And it's one of the reasons also we move foreign correspondents around after a period of time, because the conversation becomes familiar and you want an outsider to come in and say, well, really? What about? So was that played a role in addition to your, your ability to ask questions anyway, right? The fact that you came from the outside, do you think?
Yeah, I think there's no question about that. I mean, the Globe had looked at cases of abuse before. There was one in 1992 involving a priest by the name of Father Porter in Fall River, Massachusetts, and they did good work on that story. They weren't able to discover as much as we did later about the cover-up of cases of clergy sex abuse over many decades and how that cover-up had taken place. But they were severely criticized by the church at the time. Cardinal Law, who was the cardinal when I was there, but was the cardinal at the time of those first stories, he called down the power of God on the Boston Globe. It was a form of condemnation, and I think that there was a feeling that, well, we've kind of done this story and we tried and we couldn't get anywhere, and all these documents, they're under court seal, we're not going to get them. And I came in and basically said, look, why can't we get at the truth of this matter? There was a different case. It was a case of a Father Gagan who had been accused of abusing as many as 80 kids. And a columnist for the Globe, Eileen McNamara, who's a Pulitzer Prize winning columnist, a really terrific journalist. And she said in her column the day before I started work, the truth may never be known because the documents that might reveal it are under court seal and hidden from the public. And so, when you see the truth may never be known, I think that should be an incentive for journalists to find it out. And they weren't pursuing it at the time. And I asked, can't we get beyond, look, there are serious allegations of wrongdoing, that the cardinal himself knew of the abuse by this priest and he was being reassigned from parish to parish where he abused again and again. Can't we get beyond the plaintiff's attorney saying that the cardinal himself knew and the archdiocese saying that these are reckless and baseless charges? And so on that basis, we decided to go to court to unseal the documents, and we embarked on a parallel investigation of our own.
It was really extraordinary work. And one of the things about the church story that also I want to engage you on is, one of the things that Shomrim is trying to do in Israel is look in corners of the society that have not traditionally been examined by journalism, because like in a lot of countries, the sort of big shot journalists in Israel are basically focused on national security and national politics.
Right.
But society has become quite wealthy and, with an extensive, all kinds of things. And so for that reason, it's trying to shine a light on some of those areas. Would you talk for a minute about the need for that?
Yeah, I think that, one of the lessons I think of the church investigation is that, and one of the questions I was often asked was, weren't you concerned about going after a powerful institution like the church? There were so many Catholics in Boston, as you pointed out. And my answer was that I'm surprised at the question, because the more powerful the institution, the greater the obligation we have to investigate it, because it can do more damage. And because it has a greater capacity to suppress the truth. And the corollary is also true, and that is that the less powerful the victims of abuse, the greater the obligation the greater the urgency we have to give them a voice. And so undoubtedly in Israeli society, as well as in the society of all countries, including the United States, There are many individuals without any power whose voices are not being heard and who need to be listened to. And I think one of the special obligations that we have as journalists is to make sure that we are listening to those voices, to those individuals, and giving them a voice.
That's fantastic. Marty, it's really an honor for Shomrim for you to highlight the conference today. So thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for your example. I think that for me, you just do your damn work so damn well, and that's all that really matters. So all the best to you, and thank you.
Thank you, Ethan, and good luck to Shomrim.
12 במרץ 2020, יום חמישי, 8 בערב. אני נוהגת בחזרה הביתה אחרי ראיון מטלטל בפרדס חנה, שחותם סדרת ראיונות שערכתי עם נפגעי פוסט-טראומה ובני משפחותיהם. ברדיו הקורונה מתחילה להשתלט על החדשות. הכאוס מתחיל. בכל זאת אני סוגרת את הרדיו ונוהגת בדממה, מעכלת את השעות האחרונות. באותו יום התארחתי בביתו של שלב דורון, לוחם גולני לשעבר, שהוכר כהלום קרב בעקבות מבצע צוק איתן. בכנות ובפתיחות תיארו הוא ובני משפחתו את המסע שעברו. ההתפרצות הלא צפויה, פיזית ונפשית, האשפוזים והבירורים הרפואיים, ההסתגלות לחיים בצל הפוסט-טראומה, לבן חדש, לאח חדש, וההבנה שהישן והמוכר כבר לא יחזור. זמן קצר לפני כן נפגשתי עם שירז גרינבאום, בת להלום קרב ממלחמת יום כיפור. בריאיון היא פרקה את חייה לחתיכות, ואפשרה לי להתקרב ולגעת בהן. עשרות שנים היא מנהלת מלחמה ארוכה ועיקשת, המלחמה על אבא, ובעצם גם על עצמה. הריאיון איתה היה מחמיר לב, מרגש, אפילו מפרק. נפרדתי ממנה בחיבוק חזק. אף פעם לא אפשרתי לעצמי לעשות זאת, אבל בסיטואציה הזאת, גם החומה שבין מראיינת למרואיינת התפרקה. עיתונאים רגילים לספר סיפורי חיים, לסרטט במילים גם אסונות ומשברים. החוויה העיתונאית איננה במרכז, אלא שסדרת הכתבות הזאת, עטופים בטראומה, אפשרה לי עשייה עיתונאית מסוג אחר. לא רק לטבול את הרגל, לשכשך קצת במים, לדווח ולרוץ לסיפור הבא, אלא לצלול לעומקו של אוקיינוס רחב ידיים, אל פרויקט רחב ומעמיק, חריג בהיקפו בתקשורת הישראלית. במשך מספר חודשים אספתי עדויות שמסרטטות את פני הטראומה הצבאית והביטחונית בישראל של השנים האחרונות. שוחחתי עם נפגעים, משפחות, חוקרים, אנשי סיוע וצבא, קראתי מחקרים, מאמרים, פרוטוקולים, דוחות, שמעתי הרצאות, אספתי נתונים. סמיכת הטלאים הזאת נתפרה טלאי אל טלאי לכדי אחד הפרויקטים המעמיקים והמשמעותיים של שומרים עד כה. סדרת הכתבות עוסקת בשלושה נושאים מרכזיים: טראומת החיים בצל הטילים בעוטף עזה, ואיך היא משפיעה על ילדים, בני נוער ומבוגרים. אחד מהתחקירים שלנו התמקד בצעירים מהעוטף שמתגייסים לצבא, ותסמינים פוסט-טראומטיים מתפרצים אצלם בעוצמה רבה. נושא נוסף עסק בפוסט-טראומה שמתפרצת רק בשנים האחרונות בקרב לוחמים ממלחמת יום כיפור. כעת, למעלה מ4 עשורים אחרי המלחמה, הם פונים לסיוע. עסקנו גם בבני משפחות של הלומי קרב, שהפוסט-טראומה השפיעה על חייהם באופן עמוק וכרוני. ההתמודדות שלהם היא יומיומית ואינסופית. המטרה שלנו הייתה להעלות את הנושאים הללו, שחלקם נסתרים מן העין, לשיח הציבורי ולמודעות. לכוון זרקור אל סוגיות שאינן מטופלות באופן הולם על ידי המדינה. להראות מקרוב את הנפש שאינה יודעת מנוח. ברור לנו שנגענו רק בקצה הקרחון. ברור לנו שהוא מתרחב והולך. מהסיבה הזאת, אנחנו רואים חשיבות רבה בעיסוק תקשורתי בנושא. אנחנו מאמינים שככל שהנושא של פוסט-טראומה יהיה גלוי ומדובר, כך ייטב לכולם. לנפגעים, לאנשים שסובבים אותם, לחברה בכלל. עם סדרת הכתבות הזו תרמה ולו במעט לכך, הרי שמבחינתנו זהו הדבר החשוב ביותר.
מריסה קוויאטקובסקי היא המרואיינת הבאה שלנו. יראיין אותה שאול אמסטרדמסקי, זוכה פרס סוקולוב לשנת 2013 על סדרת התחקירים שעסקו בפנסיות בישראל. הוא גם אחד העיתונאים הבולטים במרדף אחרי שקיפות והנגשת מידע לציבור. הוא גם ראש הדסק הכלכלי בחטיבת החדשות של תאגיד השידור כאן, מגיש משחקי הכיס, ולאחרונה יש לתוכנית גם גרסת רדיו, וממייסדי הפודקאסט הכלכלי המצליח חיות כיס. בבקשה.
שלום לכולם, תודה רבה אלונה וינוגרד, תודה רבה אייל אברהמי. אני שאול אמסטרדמסקי, אני מאוד מאוד שמח על ההזדמנות שניתנה לי להיות כאן, ולראיין מישהי שבעיניי היא אחת העיתונאיות המופלאות ביותר של התקופה שלנו, ועכשיו ברשותכם אני אעבור לאנגלית. Hello, Marisa Kwiatkowski. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you very much. I'll just introduce you to the audience. Marisa Kwiatkowski is an American journalist. She's an investigative reporter. She's working today for USA Today and used to work for the Indy Star. She has won multiple awards, about 40, if I'm correct. One of them closest to my heart is the 2019 Lions Award, awarded to her by my Nieman class back in Cambridge. So good job, Marisa, for that. We're going to talk about probably the biggest story you've exposed together with your colleagues, the Larry Nassar story, which is really once in a lifetime kind of story. I'm sure you agree. Can you take me back, please, to the moment when you understood this is a tremendous story and I'm gonna report it. I'm gonna unfold it.
It was actually pretty early in the process. You know, a lot of times when you work on an investigation, you have a hypothesis or you have things that people are telling you, but you're not really sure until you kind of get into it what the facts are. What was unique about this particular investigation is the fact that from the very beginning, we knew what USA Gymnastics policy was for how they handled child sexual abuse allegations, because from almost the first day, I had copies of pieces of depositions from current and former high-ranking USA Gymnastics officials that described what their policy was. Mm-hmm. And so we knew pretty early on that it was going to be something that was important to uncover. And sort of the next step was, what is the impact of this policy on the safety of kids in the sport?
Did you imagine the magnitude of misconduct that was going on behind the scenes?
You know, we never really thought about it in that way, or at least I didn't while I was going through. It was more about what is the next thing I have to do, the next, you know, piece of information that I have to get, not thinking about really the scope or the magnitude of it. I think it really took kind of getting past working on the investigation to kind of understand how big it became, you know, because when you're in it, you're really just kind of focused on the tasks at hand.
Right. Yeah. Can you share how did it feel to work on this story? I imagine how many different stories you wrote about this story?
Oh,
Hundreds,
my goodness.
I guess.
I mean, have no idea.
At least dozens. Okay, so can you share, please, the process of how your day-to-day looked like? Because I can imagine that at one point or another, maybe one gets tired of writing about the same thing. I don't know. Can you share, please?
I think for my colleagues and I, it was a pretty much constant state of exhaustion for a while there. But, you know, the great thing about the team that we had, and it was myself, Mark Alicia, and Tim Evans, our editor, Steve Berta, is that we were really sort of approaching it from a divide and conquer perspective. So we all sort of took different aspects of it and brought all of our pieces together, which required a lot of communication, but that's sort of how we operated. And so we were working on a lot of things at one time. We worked, you know, mornings, days, nights, weekends, and we were constantly communicating kind of throughout the reporting process. You know, it's hard to think about, you know, when you asked me, you know, the magnitude of it, right? We were just thinking about like, okay, I've checked this thing off the list. What's the next thing on the list that we have to dig into? And it was like that for almost 2 years, which is pretty unusual when you think about an investigation as well, as taking that long on it.
Yes. And how did your editors, I mean, as a journalist, we never get this privilege to work for 2 years on the same story. How did your editors give you that privilege, handed you that privilege? What's the process of, you know, the editing of that story and realizing we need to dedicate lots of resources reporting this story?
I was incredibly fortunate to have the support of our editors from day one. You know, from the day that I got that first tip and I said, you know, I can't get these records any other way. Can I fly to Georgia and pick them up? From that very first day, they were like, yes, go, which is also incredibly unusual, right? To get that kind of buy-in so quickly. And they were supportive from that first day throughout the entire process. And they invested not only all of the time of my colleagues and I, but also the resources to fly and interview survivors throughout the country, to request records throughout the country. And it was never a conversation of like, hey, you guys need to be done now. It was more about, okay, what's the next thing that you're thinking about? What's the next thing that's on your plate? And, you know, it actually ended up being longer than 2 years, but there were spaces when, you know, things might calm down and we sort of chipped away at other stories, but then we always ended up coming back to this investigation.
How long have passed since the first tip you got until the first story was published?
It would have been about 4.5 months from getting the tip. I got the tip in March of 2016. We published our first piece in the investigation in August of 2016.
That's amazing. And do you remember the first time that you approached, I guess, the gymnastics, the Olympic Committee, or I don't know who, to ask for a request? Do you remember that moment? A request for a comment. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we actually made our initial request in writing. We sent them an email actually pretty early on in the process. I want to say it was May was the first time that we had reached out to them, asking them for an interview, letting them know what we were working on. But it wasn't the last request. We actually, you know, continued to go back and forth with them. They initially denied our requests for interviews in person. They were answering questions in writing. And we continued to go back and forth actually right up until publication with them.
Was there any, were you afraid that they're gonna, you know, try to abort the publication, try to sabotage your investigation, anything?
I think, again, what made this particular investigation somewhat unique is that we had their policy in their own words. And so it was hard for them to argue that that had not been true. And so for us, you know, it's really about understanding, you know, the impact of that policy, but also had they changed the policy, because the depositions weren't that old, but they were obviously not from the day before. And so we wanted to also make sure that we understood, you know, is this still the policy that's in place today? And it took us a lot of going back and forth with the organization to confirm that, in fact, it was true that it was a policy that had been in place since the 90s at least, and that it was still the policy that was in place today.
What did this really tremendous investigation taught you about being an investigative reporter?
Oh, wow, that's a good question. You know, I think I learned a lot throughout the process. I think, you know, with any investigation, you learn a lot. I think one thing that really shone through in this particular investigation is the power of one voice and the power of a survivor's voice, and how we saw throughout the investigation that one person coming forward and sharing their story with the public to help the public understand what was going on led to many others. And in fact, when you think about the Larry Nassar investigation, that really is because of the survivors who spoke out in that first piece in our investigation. It was that work that spurred other survivors of Larry Nassar to reach out to us and say, you know, I really think you should be looking at this person.
Right. So if any young investigative reporters or young journalists watch us now, and they wonder, should they become investigative reporters? It's hard work. What would be your tip from your experience to those young journalists?
It's hard work, but it's incredibly rewarding work. You know, we do this work because we want to expose wrongdoing. We want to make a difference in the communities that we serve. And I've been incredibly fortunate to work for publications that support that kind of work. And I would absolutely encourage the next generation, you know, we need you. I would absolutely encourage them to continue to pursue this work. And you don't have to have, I think it's important that young journalists know, you don't have to have the title investigative reporter to do this kind of work. You can do this kind of work regardless of what your job title is. You know, I started doing investigations when I was covering a beat. I was covering local government, and then I was covering criminal courts. And so there are opportunities to make a difference regardless of what your formal title is in doing this work.
Speaking of making a difference, did you ever imagine that your reporting, your investigation would make such an impact?
I think the credit for that really goes to the survivors and to the people who trusted us with their stories throughout this process. You know, without them and without their strength and the work that they did, I don't know that we'd be where we are today. I am incredibly proud of the work that my colleagues and I did, but you know, it didn't happen sort of in isolation. It took a lot of pieces coming together to see change start to happen. And while I'm proud of the work we've done, I'd also say there's still a lot that could be done to make kids safer, right? That it's not like everything's fixed today, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, I do know. Marisa, we're approaching the end of this interview. When you choose the beats that you want to cover, what are your, I mean, why do you cover the things that you cover? Why do you choose such hard topics? Because it's hard.
I've always been drawn to stories about people, and particularly when there are systems that are broken that are causing people harm. And so that's kind of where my work is focused. And yeah, it's incredibly difficult work, but it's also incredibly difficult for those people to go through those things. And so I think about it that, you know, in my work, because I can write about these topics, that I should be writing about these topics. And unfortunately, there's no shortage of things to write about, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I think that I'm incredibly fortunate that I can dig into these kinds of topics. And I'd love to say I worked myself out of a job someday, or that all of my colleagues working together worked myself out of a job, but I don't know if that'll happen.
Marisa, one last question, and I hope it's not too personal. Some of the testimonies, some of the stories that you uncovered are hard to read. And I imagine that, you know, it takes a mental toil on the reporter as well. How, as an investigative reporter, how do you deal with that?
I think that is true whether you're doing investigations or even if you're covering breaking news and writing about, you know, crime or courts or trauma. I think it can take a toll. It's tough to write about, you know, what is sometimes the worst day of somebody's life every day.
Right.
For me, you know, I think everyone has to find the thing that works best for them. For me, I found that, you know, checking in with myself and taking a break when I need it. So, you know, I like to exercise, I love to read. And so when I do need to take a moment for myself, I don't feel bad about taking that because I'm a better journalist when I do take that time. You know, and my colleagues also had their own sort of process. My colleague, Mark, you know, his outlet for this kind of work was gardening. For Tim, it was music. And, you know, so everyone finding their thing, and preferably a healthy thing, right? But finding a thing that works for them and not being afraid to admit when you need that break.
Yeah, and that's a good advice because it's hard to forget that when we are immersed in our work. And, you know, it seems like the days, you know, it's just one long day of reporting. Marisa Kwiatkowski, thank you very much for sharing your story, and thank you very much for your time. It's been an honor and a pleasure interviewing you. Thank you.
Thank you.
שנת הקורונה הייתה השנה בה ראינו כיצד תחושות של שנים על אכיפה בררנית והתנהלות של מדינות בתוך מדינה מתבררות כמציאות. ראינו את האכיפה הקפדנית של תקנות הקורונה ברחבי הארץ, וראינו את השוטרים עומדים מנגד כשהן מופרות בערי המגזר החרדי. ראינו תוצאות היעדר האכיפה ארוכת השנים בחברה הערבית, ואת גל פשיעה חסר התקדים, ובדרום את העבריינים משתוללים כמו שלא השתוללו מעולם, כמעט באין מפריע. השאלה שנקרא לרבים מתושבי הארץ היא, למה לא עושים יותר? איך יכול להיות שהמשטרה קשה כל כך עם מתרחצים בים בתל אביב, אבל נמנעת מלהיכנס לישיבות? איך יכול להיות שרצח של אדם במרכז הארץ יפוענח מהר יותר מרצח באום אל-פחם? איך יכול להיות, שואל את עצמו מי שנוסע בכבישי הדרום ורואה את עבריינות התנועה הפרועה, שהמשטרה לא שמה להתנהלות הזו סוף, בעוד שבנתיבי איילון נוסעות ניידות למכביר. בדצמבר האחרון נהרג פעיל הימין אהוביה סנדק בתאונת דרכים במהלך מרדף משטרתי ועורר גל מחאות של תושבי יהודה ושומרון בטענה כי המשטרה רודפת אותם.
מנגד, גברו תלונות של פלסטינים על פגיעה והתנכלות של המתנחלים ללא כתובת לפנות אליה. זה היה הרגע שבו החלטנו בשומרים לצאת ולבדוק איפה המשטרה נמצאת, ובעיקר איפה היא לא נמצאת, ומדוע. אני מכירה את משטרת ישראל שנים ארוכות. כיסיתי אותה נקודתית באין ספור אירועים וזירות, אבל הפעם עם שומרים עשיתי זום אאוט. ביקשנו להסתכל במבט פנורמי על הארגון החשוב הזה שצריך לתת מענה לאוכלוסיות מגוונות במדינה בעלת מאפיינים כה מורכבים. רצינו לתת תוקף לאותה תחושה שעלתה השנה מתוך כל אותם אירועים. רצינו להביא תמונה רחבה ולהבין האם היעדר האכיפה במקומות שבדקנו היא תוצאה של בעיית משאבים, אולי של חוסר התנהלות מקצועית, האם זהו חוסר הבנה תרבותית, ואולי בכלל ההתנהלות היא סוג של בחירה פוליטית. סדרת הכתבות הזו לקחה אותנו לעומק מדינת ישראל, אל המקומות שאליהם מגיע קצת פחות אור. בשטחי יהודה ושומרון פגשנו מציאות מורכבת של פלסטינים שדיווחו כי תחנת המשטרה הקרובה נמצאת בעיר יהודית שהם לא יכולים להיכנס אליה. מתנחלים שסיפרו כי הכלל בעת מעצר הוא לשתוק ולא לשתף פעולה עם המשטרה. ואנשי אכיפה שתיארו קושי בניהול חקירות ושיקפו תסכול מה נעשה במחוז כפי שמעולם לא שמעתי. בדרום שמענו ראש מועצה שמאיים להקים מיליציות שימלאו את המחסור בכוחות שיטור אל מול הפשיעה הקשה. שמענו תושב בדואי שסיפר על חוויות האלימות שהוא ושכניו חווים בשל השתוללות הפשיעה. במכשיר הטלפון שלי התמלא עד אפס מקום בסרטונים ששלחו אליי בעלי עסקים באזור שתיעדו פריצות ותקיפות בבתי העסק שלהם. בבני ברק הסבירו לי שהרבנים קודמים למדינה ושבמקרה של פשיעה המשטרה היא לא כתובת. מקורות משטרתיים מנגד הודו שהם לא מכירים מספיק את המגזר ויודעים לטפל בעיקר בהפגנות שבת ובחסימות ציר. את בכייה של מונה חליל, שבנה נרצח בחיפה לפני כמה חודשים, אי אפשר לשכוח. לא אותה ולא את שורת המרואיינים לכתבה על הפשיעה במגזר הערבי, שתיארו איך שנים של הזנחה מצד המדינה הולידו מפלצת של ארגוני פשיעה שהמשטרה מתקשה להשתלט עליהם. סדרת הכתבות הזו קיבלה את התנאים המושלמים בשומרים, שנתנו את אורך הנשימה להביא את הקולות והסיפורים מהשטח. סדרת כתבות כזו מאפשרת הבנה רחבה יותר על מוסד מדינה כמו משטרת ישראל, לא רק בהיבט הצר של איך המשטרה מתמודדת עם פשיעה ערבית, אלא האם המשטרה יודעת לתת מענה למגזרים ותרבויות שונות במדינה מורכבת כמו ישראל. הסיפור לא נותר רק במדיום הכתוב, אלא קיבל הרחבה משמעותית עם סדרת כתבות מצולמת שהביאה את הדמויות, המקרים ותיעוד ממצלמות אבטחה. אלה נתנו כוח נוסף ויצרו עניין ותפוצה לכתבות שמצד אחד מדברות אקטואליה, ומצד שני היו צלילת עומק אל הסיבות לתופעות שקוראות את מדינת ישראל.
I'm joined today by my brilliant colleague, Janine Gibson, the only person I've worked with who has their own listing on IMDb. She's had a fantastic career, but I think most famously, she was, as US editor, in charge of the Guardian team, which delivered the Snowden revelations, which won the Guardian the Pulitzer Prize. She went on to be deputy editor of the Guardian, editor of BuzzFeed UK, and is now assistant editor at the FT, where she's in charge of our digital newsroom strategy. So thanks for joining us, Janine. I think people are going to want me to ask you a little bit about the Snowden affair just before we go on to other things. So, I mean, just tell us about how that story came to you and what your emotions were like as you went through it.
Well, the first I heard of it was a phone call from Glenn Greenwald, who at the time was slightly less controversial than he is now. I imagine that's hard to imagine, but he rang me up and said, I've got the biggest security leak in a generation. I've got the biggest story that you can possibly imagine. I've got the biggest security leak in a generation. And I had worked on the WikiLeaks story back in London for The Guardian when that had happened. I hadn't led it, but I've been working near enough to it to know that phone calls and talking about secret and sensitive information on phone calls is probably something you think twice about. Plus, I knew that Glenn only had a Skype phone at his idyllic retreat in Rio where he lived. And I'm talking to him on my cell phone and thinking, I mean, Glenn, are you talking to him on Skype? I knew that Skype was not the most secure thing in the world. And he said, yes, I'm at home. I'm calling you on the Skype phone. I'm like, right, okay, well, this may or may not be the biggest security leak in generation. We'll get to that. But for a start, should we just end this call? Shall we end this call now? At that point, I think Glenn hadn't actually read the documents, because he would have realised that perhaps the Skype call wasn't the way to talk to the editor about it. But we put him on a plane. He came to New York, and we met with him and Laura Poitras, who made a documentary detailing her relationship with Snowden and the story. We sat there in my office, and we had this tiny office. We'd only just started up in New York. I had this sofa that was, very luxurious IKEA, very, very inauspicious piece of furniture, on which we all crowded together, bent over this dreadful Dell laptop, because we had to buy an air-gap computer to look at the thumb drive. So the world's cheapest laptop, the world's cheapest sofa, all these journalists crammed on a sofa looking at these slides that looked like, I don't know if you remember the Prism presentation, which kicked it all off. That was the taster that we had. And these slides look like they've been made by a 5-year-old in Photoshop. They're really clumsy, rubbish slides with terrible graphics. And so I was sitting at this, pressing these clunky keys on this dreadful, going, it could be real, or it could be a really bad fake. And there was no real way of knowing other than to report it out. So from then, that's from that point on.
Was there
my first question? Well, I immediately employed Ewan McCaskill, who you may know, who's the Guardian's long-term, he's a long-term trouble guy, really. He's basically our Harvey Keitel. If anything was kicking off, he'd just send Ewan in, because he was unflappable and done every job. Happened to be in New York at the time. So I sort of deployed Ewan. We sent them off to Hong Kong to go and meet Snowden, who we didn't know who he was at all, and we'd built up this picture of him as being this sort of late career NSA guy, probably with some sort of incurable disease and an attack of conscience. It was a very filmic scenario we had built up, and they were not expecting to find some 26-year-old but well thought out plan. Anyway, we sent him off with a list of sort of 40 ways in which he could disprove the veracity of these documents. Our starting point was always hit the diaries. This is a massive hoax, and we are the naive new players in town, and we are being strung along. So, and at every one, he just kept producing evidence that it was real. You never really have time to get excited. I think we turned the first one around in 3 weeks, and then the whole time there was so much work to do. You just sort of really focus on, okay, head down, let's just get through each step of this, and,
it's always that
get the stories out.
It's always that question in your head about, what's the one thing I've forgotten to ask? What's the one thing I missed here?
Right. What is the obvious gimme that this is all made up? We were like, right, well, if he worked for the CIA, he must have some idea. Look for a car parking pass, ask him for, we were really trying to knock it down.
So let's talk about investigative journalism more generally, because you also oversee the investigative team at the FT. I think they report into you. And do you think there's a difference? What are the differences in pursuing stories that are essentially financial, in following the money and going on and reporting on businesses in particular, as opposed to politics or security? Are there differences in the way you have to go about it, and what you need in your armory?
Well, look, you know more about this than me, and I am very much still learning the differences after I've been at the FT 2 years now. But one of the things I realised very, very early on is that the legal framework in which you operate is different. And I'm sort of accustomed to the working of a big story where the lawyers are sort of so much, it's not something where you produce your copy at the eve of publication and then you get it legal. The lawyers are involved. The lawyers are involved from conception through every single step. Before you make a phone call, you want to talk to a lawyer about it. And we've had some of those conversations on non-financial stories, but I can remember the first meeting at the FT where I realised that there was a whole other legal framework around business stories that I hadn't even conceived of. So that was very interesting.
One of the things, isn't it, is that almost anybody we write about has the resources to sort of sue us to hell. So you always have that fact in the back of your head.
Right. And I think political investigations, even involving terrifying foreign superpowers, in the end, you've always got the lever of informing the public and the fact that publishing is really going to be your savior. That once everything hits the light of day, you're having that debate in the open air, and that's a release valve. Whereas at the FT on a financial investigation, you would definitely be extremely nervous at the moment where it hits the light of day, because that's when it's all going to kick off.
I think one of the things that I was been very struck by in the last few years is that some of the sort of the dirty tricks that the people you are investigating throw back at you, which you sort of associate with, very furtive security regimes. Actually, this is being employed by companies now. So when we did our Wirecard investigation, which I don't know, went on for 2 or maybe 2.5 years, and we were on the back foot for, although we were publishing, we were under the cosh for a lot of that time, under attack from German authorities and the company. I mean, some of the dirty tricks that are being employed by these companies, and not just the FT, but other news organizations as well, are quite shocking these days.
Right. So we had all of this when we were doing Snowden. And the weird thing about doing Snowden, that story was the sort of manual of the things that people were doing to try and stop you reporting the story was part of the story. We had all their documents. We knew what their tactics were because we had the documents that showed us, and both the sort of technical capacities that they had, but also the psychological warfare that they run against people they want to put pressure on. Then at BuzzFeed, when Heidi's team were doing the Russia stories, the mysterious deaths in London happening on British soil, I saw those things being deployed against journalists who work for us, and we were very, very sensitive to the various surveillance and
frightening about the kind of things you were doing to sort of protect the journalists and BuzzFeed.
What we did, I mean, the first thing you do is sort of protect everyone's devices, and you do a whole bunch of, take a whole bunch of measures that we won't talk about there, but everybody moves to very secure comms, which is a hell of a lot easier now than it was 7 years ago because of Snowden. Things like Signal that we can use routinely, like WhatsApp, those weren't available. Secure messaging and encrypted messaging was almost impossible there. Then the other thing you have to do is have some sort of security for the journalists involved, particularly if you're writing about, unexplained deaths on British soil. There are obvious security concerns for people. And then as an editor, I think the thing you mostly have to do is say to reporters who like to pretend that they are scared of nothing, it's okay to be a bit paranoid. Yes. I know people will say tin hats, but it's okay. If you walk into your house and you think, I'm sure someone's been in here, you can call me up and tell me that, and I will believe you, because that's, it's not inconceivable.
And the other thing I think that's very, I can't remember which story it was, but it was in the US, maybe it was New York Times, was the sort of entrapment processes that seem to go on, where people are offering fake stories to journalists and calling them to meetings. They can record them and see if they can get them to say something that they would regret. I mean, it's quite shocking now.
We had one of those, and again, we were very clear-eyed about it, so we were pretty sure it was a catfishing exercise. But I'm not going to talk about any of the details, but suffice it to say, if you're approached by somebody very, very beautiful on Facebook who wants to tell you chapter and verse on a story that sounds really very sexy, then that's alarm bells.
Yeah, although one day we'll miss a great story that way, but I suppose. But
although you have to work it, you just have to be really, really careful.
Let's talk about digital journalism. I mean, you and I first met, I don't know how many years ago, in a debate about pay models, and the world has moved on so much.
You love to bring that up because you were right.
Well, I think we were both right in our way.
Guardian's still going.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was going to say. That when you look at the economics of digital journalism now, it's striking how hard it is for any large organisation to keep funding itself and do the journalism. The kind of journalism we've just been talking about, incredibly expensive. You need some kind of defence fund to look after yourself. I just wonder, when you look at the economics of journalism now, how do you see it affecting the business itself, and how do you see us moving forward? I mean, is it all essentially sugar daddies or subscription models now for any large organisation?
Well, no, I mean, I do think that when we had that debate 100 million years ago, we ended up concluding very boringly that a mixed economy was probably, there were many models, and a mixed economy was probably ideal. And I still think that. And I think, there is clearly room for a trust model. There's clearly room for a philanthropic model. There's clearly room for a paywall model, but the paywalls necessarily mean either great scale or very, very, very expensive, and that brings its own concerns about, you know, democracy of information. I think each one of them, there's no ideal. They all have their own pressures and potential problems. We're all very aware of the problems of being owned by an oligarch or a Murdoch or whatever, and the potential biases there. But, you know, being the Barcelona Football Club Guardian membership model also has its own issues. You get a lot of pressure on your editorial line from subscribers / members who feel they have a say. Or
I mean, I was going to say, we've seen this, haven't we, in the New York, most obviously, I think, in the New York Times, where having bolstered their subscriptions so heavily on we are the anti-Trump vehicle, the moment they're tempted to be even-handed in any way, or just not as anti-Trump, they face a membership revolt. And that's it drives the polarizations. I just wonder if that makes it hard for organizations to be more even-handed, if you have to have an angle to have a subscription model.
I think it makes it really hard to over-depend on any one form of revenue, don't you? Because it happened to the Guardian with Corbyn. They couldn't do right for, you know, they couldn't be pro-Corbyn enough for their audience, and yet there was a whole other swathe of audience that was very sceptical.
And we feel this pressure on Brexit. We felt it the same way a little bit, I think. So it is unnerving, and I mean, maybe it does lead itself to smaller, nimbler organisations which don't attempt to cover the whole waterfront, but just say we're going to focus in on this. We've got a dozen journalists or whatever it is, and some kind of, you know, franchising model, and, you know, we're not in it to make vast sums of money. We're just in it to pay our bills.
Well, there's two things there, isn't there? One is, how do organisations that are very captured by a loyal subscriber base and news organisations necessarily work to best to a good, strong demographic, how do they broaden out and future-proof themselves whilst not alienating and pissing off their core demographic? But also, the cyclical nature of media means that as things close down into three great big monoliths that seem to be all of the news organisation, there's always little things that spring up and might catch fire and might get. But we're at the end of a cycle right now where your BuzzFeeds, Vices, you know, they're all having issues, but you know there'll be a next generation that comes up behind.
Absolutely, and they also change the way we do journalism. So
it's all terribly good. Young people come along and they'll be all innovative and change everything. And
what about the battle? I mean, one of the questions I still struggle on is the balance between living on social media and actually being a destination in itself. And I certainly remember when Quartz was formed. I used to say I did this job long enough to remember when Quartz abolished the homepage, and I was still there when they reinvented it. Actually, you know, how important do you think hubs really are? I can see they have a role if you're charging people a subscription, a substantial one, but you know, I wonder the extent to which you can survive entirely on a social media model.
Well, as you know, I'm currently engaged in redesigning a homepage. I can't believe I'm doing this again for the 18th time in my career, when I have also been present at the abandoning of them. Boringly, it's both. You can grow a long way. You can make a lot of noise and grow a big following and a big audience without a home destination. And we see that in the rise of the individual and the Substack and the influencer and the, you know, people that don't really write long pieces, just have an audience from social. But I think in the end, if you want to build a substantial business and to cover any breadth, i.e. be what we would term a news organisation as opposed to an individual, then you do need a home base. You need a home. You need an archive. You need a library so that people can have a wander around. You need to be able to say, if you like that, you like this. You know, you do need something.
And I think let's go back to investigating. If you were setting up an investigating hub, or something like Shomrin, a BIJ, whatever it is, what would you say are the sort of the core skills I need in my core team? What kind of people do I need?
I'm a big fan of identifying the skills that you want, and then not being too prescriptive about the people, because people have a vast array of skills now, and they're not trained in the same way. Yeah. So obviously you've got to have you've got to have somebody who is as good at security as is possible. You need somebody who's a massive obsessive and tracks everything. I'm currently obsessed with the guy that runs Signal, and his sheer insouciance in his arms race with the security services is just my favorite thing. I'd love to hire him, wouldn't you? He's probably out of our league. But you need somebody with that sort of approach and that feel for it and that love of it, which is much closer to gamifying than it is to journalism, because it's about always staying ahead and being on the move. And I think in the old days you needed somebody who was a bit smooth and personable and could talk their way in. And these days I'd rather have someone who can work out where the exits are and the code, basically, and the exploits. You then need somebody who loves numbers. You still need somebody who knows how to string a sentence together, and weave a proper narrative, or else everybody goes far too dense and dark and can't be reached by anyone else. And you need somebody. You really need somebody who's quite good at getting their shoulder through the door. The sort of death knock skills, if that's not too terrible way of putting it. But in the old days, as a reporter, you'd had to do your time on the locals and work out how to go and sit down with someone who's having the worst day of their lives and somehow get a photograph for the paper. Yeah. And these days, I think we really squirm at that idea, and younger journalists find that really appalling. But at some point, we did a story at BuzzFeed that was about identifying one of the Beatles, the jihadi Brits who had gone over and were executing people, and one of our journalists had to be the person to go to a council estate in Shepherd's Bush and get in the room of the parents. That's not nothing. That's a big deal. But if you get that interview, then that tells a lot more of the story than the tracking together.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Okay, last question. We talk a lot about post-truth and the war on journalism, the war on facts. Are there things that media organizations should be doing that maybe they're not doing enough of yet to counter what essentially is partisan news and the ability for people to say, I don't like your news, I'm going to take that news over there, which is more convenient to my belief system? Are there ways we can proof ourselves a bit more?
Why don't you say an easy one? Look, there are technical things.
If I knew the answers, I'd be interviewing myself, wouldn't I?
If there are technical things we can do that we are doing in consort with other news organizations. We're working on watermarks. We're working on ways to stop the very adept spoofing of all of our attempts to brand our news, which are really good now. They're very, very sophisticated. So we can do a bit of that. But again, that only helps people who want to look for verification and assurances. What you're sort of getting at is people who want to seek out who actively want to seek out confirmation of their own biases, and that I don't know that a news organization can do that. I think that might be an education issue rather than a media issue. And I think in the UK, that's a really big problem for the BBC, because they do seem to be burdened with both aspects of that. I'm not sure a news organisation can reach into the mind of somebody who wants to be elsewhere. I've never really understood how the FT can beat QAnon.
I agree. I think the only thing we can do is, which is related but not the same, is make sure we're always checking our own biases and our own groupthink, and the extent to which we all just confirm our own opinions within an organisation rather than making sure we're reaching out and challenging ourselves. It's a different point.
Of course, absolutely. It's a really good point. And of course, all the stuff and I think the industry has come a million miles in the last 10 years on transparency and displaying sources and linking to sources and being open about when we've got stuff wrong and correcting it in plain sight. All that stuff is great. But in the end, it's only a piece of the puzzle.
That's so much. Thanks so much for your time, Janine. It's been
nice
great
to talk to you, Robert. We should go back to the office.
We should actually meet in the office someday soon.
אי אפשר לקיים כנס עיתונות בלי פאנלים, ולנו יש היום 2 כאלה, ושניהם לא פחות ממרתקים. הראשון עוסק באחד הנושאים המורכבים והחשובים במציאות הישראלית. תחקירים בחברה הערבית, תחקירים שיעשו עיתונים ערבים ללא תיווך של כלי תקשורת שאינם חלק מהחברה הערבית. בפאנל הזה ננסה להבין מהם החסמים שמקשים על זה כיום. את הפאנל תוביל דוקטור נסרין חדד חאג' יחיא, שעוסקת רבות במורכבויות ובחסמים ביחסי יהודים ערבים, וגם מגבשת תוכניות ממשלתיות להתמודדות עם האתגרים האלה.
תודה רבה אייל ואלונה. מרחבה ויעתיקום אלף עافية. אני ממש שמחה לפתוח את החלק הזה של הכנס, והפעם אנחנו נתמקד בתקשורת הערבית, שלפעמים נראה לכולנו כי התקשורת בערבית בישראל מתנהלת במנותק לחלוטין ממה שמתרחש בתקשורת דוברת העברית. הנושאים שעל סדר יומה של החברה הערבית לעתים רחוקות מגיעים לתקשורת דוברת העברית, ואנחנו רואים זאת לצערנו רק במקרים שפורצת אלימות או חיכוך בין שתי האוכלוסיות, אבל עולם התקשורת דובר הערבית, כמו החברה הערבית עצמה, עשיר ומגוון כמו החברה שממנה אנחנו מגיעים, והתחום הזה סובל בעצם מחסמים המשיקים על שילוב וצמיחה שלו לתוך החברה הכללית. בפאנל הקרוב נעסוק בנושא ספציפי של עולם התקשורת הערבית, עיתונות חוקרת. האם יש כזו, ומה מקשה, ומה עומד בפני הפיכתה לכלי משמעותי לחשיפת עוולות ודרישת אחריות ממוקדי הכוח. אני ממש שמחה מאוד להציג את שני הפאנליסטים שלנו, פרופסור אמל ג'מאל, מרצה וחוקר בכיר בבית הספר למדעי המדינה באוניברסיטת תל אביב, הוא גם ראש התוכנית האקזקיוטיבית בתקשורת פוליטית, מנהל מכון ולטר ליבך לחקר יחסי יהודים הערבים, ובעבר מנכ"לת מרכז העלם, המרכז הערבי לחירות המדיה, פיתוח ומחקר, משנת 2009 ועד שנת 2017, והפאנליסטית השנייה שלנו היא חולוד מוסלחה. חולוד מנהלת את מרכז העלם, והיא העורכת הראשית באתר בוקרה מאז הקמתו בשנת 2006. האתר הוקם אחרי מלחמת לבנון השנייה, לאור ההבנה של מייסדיו שיש צורך אקוטי במקור מידע זמין ואמין בשפה הערבית למי שאינם צרכני תקשורת בשפה העברית. ושמח להפנות את השאלה הראשונה לשניכם, בנוגע לעיתונות חוקרת בשפה הערבית, האם בכלל יש כזו? האם אנחנו יכולים להגיד נחרצות שכמעט באין עיתונות חוקרת בשפה הערבית בישראל? ובכלל אני אשמח אם תוכלו לתאר לנו את מפת התקשורת בחברה הערבית. נתחיל איתך, פרופסור ג'מאל.
שלום, תודה רבה על ההזמנה, תודה נסרין, אהלן חולוד, אני מאוד שמח להיות פה. טוב, אני חושב שהתשובה הקצרה ביותר על השאלה אם יש עיתונות חוקרת בשפה הערבית היא שאין. אין עיתונות חוקרת. עיתונות חוקרת משמעה הקצאת משאבים גם כלכליים וגם אנושיים מאוד רציניים בהתחקות אחר סוגיות מסוימות שמעניינות את החברה, ותחקיר בדרך כלל לוקח המון זמן, והיות והתקשורת הערבית סובלת מבעיות בשני המישורים האלה, גם ביכולת כלכלית וגם ביכולות מקצועיות, אז אנחנו לא רואים בעצם שהיא מתעמקת בסוגיות שעומדות לפניה, היא יותר מסקרת באופן יומיומי, אבל יש עוד סיבות נוספות למה אין, וזה קשור כמובן למיקומה של התקשורת הערבית בתוך החברה הערבית בכלל. החברה הערבית היא חברה, לרוב היא חברה שמרנית, חברה משפחתית, חמולתית, וכל תחקיר בסוגיה שנוגעת לחברה עצמה יכול להתקל באתגרים מאוד רציניים בתוך החברה בפנים, ויש התנגדות מאוד רצינית לתחקר ולהתעמק בסוגיות שעלולות לפגוע או לפחות להאיר בצורה מעמיקה סוגיות שעומדות על הפרק. זה סיבה אחת. סיבה שנייה נוספת זה בעצם התרבות הפוליטית של החברה הערבית. זו תרבות פוליטית שמושפעת מאוד מהמערכת היחסים עם המדינה, התפיסה הביטחוניסטית כלפי החברה הזו, ולכן תחקור והעמקה בסוגיות כאלה ואחרות יכולה להתאפס אצל החברה עצמה כהמשך לאותה תרבות ביטחוניסטית שמתחקה אחר פרטים, מתעמקת בסוגיות שמעניינות את המדינה, במיוחד על ידי זרועות הביטחון שלה, ובהקשר הזה זה השב"כ והמשטרה, ולכן יש חשש להיפתח מצד החברה עצמה, להיפתח לתחקרים במיוחד בסוגיות חברתיות, סוגיות דתיות, סוגיות מגדריות וכן הלאה, וגם אם אנחנו מחברים את הכל ביחד, מבנה הכוח בחברה הערבית הוא נשלט על ידי המועצות המקומיות לרוב, ובמועצות המקומיות הנאמנות היא נאמנות חמולתית בדרך כלל, ולכן זה מקשה מאוד להגיע לפרטים. זאת אומרת, עיתונאי או עיתונאית שינסו להגיע לפרטים על סוגיות שעומדות על הפרק בעיר כזו או אחרת, ייתקלו בקשיים מאוד רציניים בקבלת מידע, דבר שחוסם גם הוא את העולם הזה של עיתונות חוקרת. לכן כשאנחנו מחברים את כל המרכיבים האלה ביחד, נוצר מכניזם מאוד מאוד מורכב שחוסם את ההתפתחות של עולם תחקירים בתקשורת הערבית.
המון תודה, אבל לפני שנעבור לחולוד, אני אשמח לשאול אותך איך בכל זאת אפשר לשנות את המצב.
אני חושב שיש כמה דרכים לשנות את המצב. דבר ראשון, ההשקעה יותר גדולה מאמצעי התקשורת עצמם. אמצעי התקשורת חייבים להוביל את התהליכים האלה, ואני חושב שיש כמה אמצעי תקשורת בשפה הערבית שיש להם יכולת כלכלית כזו או אחרת, ואם המודל הכלכלי יתחיל לקחת בחשבון את הצורך בעיתונות חוקרת, יש כמובן לפתח את המיומנויות של העיתונאים, ובהקשר הזה אני חושב החיבור לעיתונות עברית, שגם שם התחקור הולך ונעלם ונחלש לפחות, מספר התחקרים שמבוצעים בעיתונות העברית גם הוא מצומצם, אבל בכל זאת יש שם מסורת עיתונאית מאוד מאוד רחבה אצל כמה אמצעי תקשורת. החיבור הזה בין התקשורת הערבית לתקשורת העברית יכול לקדם את המיומנויות ואת התעוזה של אמצעי התקשורת הערבים. ודבר אחרון, אני חושב שאנחנו כחברה ואנחנו כעיתונאים, אני אמנם לא עיתונאי, אבל מעניין אותי וחשוב לי מאוד העבודה העיתונאית, אני חושב שהעיתונאים צריכים להעיז יותר לקחת על עצמם את העניין הזה.
המון תודה. חולוד?
אני מסכימה כמובן עם מה שאמל אומר, אבל אני רוצה להתחיל באופן הפוך לגמרי. בכלל עיתונות חוקרת, האם בכלל עיתונות חוקרת קיימת, הג'אנר הזה קיים או שלא? כאילו פעם היה לנו כל מיני תוכניות, אם אתם זוכרים, זה רפי גינת ואני לא יודעת מי עוד, אבל כיום חוץ מהעובדה שגם כאן התוכנית של עובדה היא לא קיימת בכל העונות, זה עונה מסוימת, גם שנה שעברה לא הייתה בכלל. אז בכלל כל הג'אנר שנקרא עיתונות חוקרת הולך ונעלם, ואני מבינה את זה, אני מסכימה לחלוטין עם אמל, הוא נדרש, זה לא שכל העיתונאי יכול להיות תחקירן, ולא כל תחקיר, היום רוב מי שעושה את התחקירים עושה את זה כסרטי תודעה, סרטים דוקומנטריים, פחות עבודת תחקיר של ממש, מה שהיה בעבר. לא כל עיתונאי יש לו את הכלים ויש לו את המיומנות ויש לו את היכולת הזאת לעשות תחקירים עיתונאיים. ולזה צריך גם כן לפתח אנשי צוות ואנשי מערכת בג'אנר הזה ולמד אותם. בכלל למה שומרים כארגון קם, שנה שעברה, לפני שנתיים קם ארגון שנקרא שומרים, כי הג'אנר הזה הולך ונעלם, אז בא ארגון כמו שומרים ואמר אוקיי, איפה שיש את המחסור הזה, אני עושה את העבודה ואני מנסה לדחוף לעוד תחקירים, וזה בדיוק מה שעושים הרבה ארגונים בעולם, ואם זה בירדן יש לנו את אריק שעושה את כל העבודה בעולם הערבי, מנסה לזרום תחקירים, שם הוא משלם להם, רוב אמצעי התקשורת היום מעדיפים לא להיכנס לקטגוריה לנישה הזאת שנקראת תחקירים, היא גם כן דורשת המון כסף, דורשת המון משאבים, באם זה עורכי דין מתלווים לתחקיר עצמו, באם זה מצלמות, באם זה ימי עבודה, וגם כן דורשים כל מיני בעיות עם הדירקטוריונים. אנחנו זוכרים את אילנה דיין במקרה של ישראל, ברגע שפרסמה את התחקיר, היא עלתה כמה פעמים לפרומו ופרסמה על התחקיר הזה, ובסוף התחקיר עצמו לא עלה, או שעלה, אני כבר לא זוכרת
נדחה בשבועיים.
אז כן, קמים כל מיני ארגונים, אם זה אריש בירדן שעוזר לכל העולם הערבי, אם זה IMS שעוזר גם כן בין היתר למזרח התיכון, ואם זה GIGN שזה Global Investigative Journalism Network, לא משנה, יש הרבה ארגונים שהיום לוקחים את העבודה הזאת על עצמם ועושים, מנסים לדחוף עיתונאים לעשות תחקירים, כמובן שמממנים אותם מהרגע הראשון עד שהתחקיר עצמו מוכן, ומנסים גם כן למצוא לו פלטפורמה לפרסם אותו. אז בכלל, עיתונות חוקרת כג'אנר הולך ונעלם לנו. עכשיו, נתמקד בעיתונות הערבית. אמל ג'מאל אומר שבכלל לא, אני אומרת שכן, אבל צלע ממש, כאילו, לא שאין ממש שאין, יש, אבל עדיין הוא לא מפותח, הוא צריך כל מיני עבודה, כל מיני שלבים עד שיתפתח ויגיע למצב של עיתונות חוקרת של ממש. אנחנו באתר בוקרה, היות ואני מייצגת כאן אתר בוקרה, למרות שאני גם עובדת וממנכ"לת את העולם, ותכף אנחנו נדבר על זה גם כן, עשינו כל מיני תחקירים. אני זוכרת אז שהיה רצח בכפר דבוריה ב-2016, אז נרצחו בני משפחה אחת, 4 או 5, עשינו כל מיני תחקירים שהתלוו לטבח הזה, ואכן זה היה לו סוג של מצד אחד הציבור קלט את זה, ומצד שני היה סוג של תחקיר שהוא ממש תחקיר, אבל מעבר לזה היו לנו גם כל מיני ניסיונות שהם ממש, אני לא יכולה להגיד שהם הכי מוצלחים, אבל מגיעים לרמה שהיא מקובלת מבחינה הזאת של מה שנקרא תחקיר עיתונאי. אכן, העיתונות הערבית, אם נתייחס למפה בישראל, יש לנו כמעט ב-263 עיתונאים, שליש מהם הם עיתונאיות. להצביע על אחד, כמו נגיד רביב דרוקר בתקשורת הישראלית, אילנה דיין, רפי גינת, נצביע על אחד שהוא עיתונאי חוקר כמעט בקשה, להם כן נתבע ואומר את אבו ואאל עווד, למרות שהוא עזב את זה וכבר לא מתעסק בתחקירים. לגבי החסמים והבעייתיות של, אני מסכימה לחלוטין עם מה שאמן אמר, יש מבנים מערכתיים, זה עבודה שהיא דורשת המון משאבים, זה עבודה גם כן שמתלווה לחסמים חברתיים, החברה עדיין לא בשלה לתחקירים עיתונאיים, גם המערכות עצמם, נניח והמערכת ממומנת על כל מיני מפרסמים, לצורך העניין בנק הפועלים, ועכשיו יש לנו פרשה מאוד גדולה, לא שיש, אני נותנת את זה לדוגמה, יש פרשה כיום על בנק לאומי, אז רוב האתרים כן לא יתעסקו בזה ולא יזמו, אז יש את החסמים הקיימים שזה ההון שלטון ופרסום, יש את החסמים החברתיים שהם החברה עצמה, ואם זה רשויות מקומיות, איך שאמל הזכיר, ואם זה גם כן החברה, אנשי הדת עצמם, נניח, לא שנניח, פעם היה מישהו יזם תחקיר על כל עניין טיפולים ללהט"בים, אז התחקיר הזה התלווה גם כן לסוג של מלחמה נגד מי שיזם את התחקיר, ובסוף גם כן לא שעשו אותו, עשו אותו בערוץ 13, לקחו את המשך העבודה והמשיכו את התחקיר עצמו. זאת התמונה הכללית. אין, אבל כן, יש סימנים של עיתונות.
חולוד אמל הציע בעצם כדי להתגבר על זה ובכל זאת ליצור עיתונות חוקרת, הוא דיבר על שיתופי פעולה בעצם בין התקשורת הערבית לתקשורת העברית, אבל כולנו יודעים שלאנשי תקשורת הערבים אין באמת דלת פתוחה לתקשורת המרכזית בישראל, דוברת העברית, ומה לדעתכם החסמים שעומדים היום מול עיתונאים כאלה? אני אשמח להעביר את השרביט לאמל בקצרה, כי יש לי עוד כמה שאלות, ואז נעבור לחלוד.
יש קושי, אין ספק. מערכות עיתונות בכלל, גם בטלוויזיה, גם ברדיו וגם עיתונות מודפסת ואינטרנטית, היא עבודה מאומצת, היא עבודה יומיומית, עבודה שמחייבת תשומת לב מתמדת, ואני לא רואה שמערכת תקשורתית כלשהי יכולה להפנות משאבים כדי לגדל עיתונאים ערבים או לחנך אותם, זה קשה לתאר. לכן אני חושב שאחת הדרכים לעשות זאת זה באמצעות גורם שלישי. זאת אומרת גורם מממן שלישי שיבוא ייקח על עצמו את האחריות הזו, שלממן עבודה של קואוצ'ינג מצד אמצעי תקשורת עברי לעיתונאי או עיתונאית ערבים, כדי ללמד אותם את האלף בית של המקצוע. אבל גם אם זה יקרה, וחשוב שזה יקרה, אני חושב שהאחריות מוטלת לדעתי על אמצעי התקשורת הערביים, גם ליזום את זה, וגם לעזור אומץ ולהתחיל לעסוק בזה. זה שזה נעלם, זה לא עד הסוף, זאת אומרת, שאנחנו מסתכלים בעולם בכלל, אם זה בארצות הברית ואם זה באירופה, במדינות שונות, העיתונות החוקרת עדיין קיימת, היא משנה את פניה, היא מקבלת תפנית כתוצאה, כמובן משינויים טכנולוגיים, מודלים כלכליים, הקשיים שנתקלת בהם התקשורת מבחינת אמצעים וכן הלאה, אז היא משנה את פניה, ולא ספק יש חיבור בין ז'אנרים שונים, בין דוקומדיה לבין תחקור וכן הלאה, זה מקבל פן חדש, אבל העיתונות הערבית יכולה, יש לה את המיומנות הטכנולוגית, זאת אומרת שאנחנו מסתכלים על אתרי החדשות הערביים, ללא ספק יש להם את המיומנות הטכנולוגית, אני לא יודע כמה יש להם את היכולות הכלכליות, אבל האחריות חייבת להיות עליהם כדי להעיז, כדי להתחיל. כשאני אומר שאין עיתונות חוקרת, אני אומר כמשהו ממוסד. אני לא אומר שאין פה ושם תחקירים כאלה ואחרים, חשוב לקחת את זה בחשבון, אבל אין את המסורת של עיתונות חוקרת, ואני חושב שצריך למסד את זה, זה אפילו יותר חשוב בחברה הערבית מאשר בחברות אחרות, משום שמדובר בחברה, דבר ראשון, חברת מיעוט, שעובר תהליכים מואצים, גם כלכליים, גם חברתיים, גם תרבותיים, גם מגדריים וכן הלאה. ודבר שני, היא נמצאת תחת לחץ אדיר, כתוצאה ממקומה הפוליטי, והיא לא חייבת לחקור, זאת אומרת, תחקירים בעיתונות הערבית לא חייבים להגיע, להיות נוגעים אך ורק לחברה הערבית, הם יכולים להיות גם לחברה היהודית, הם יכולים להיות בסוגיות שנוגעות לכיבוש, הם יכולים כל מיני סוגיות, לצבא, למערכת הביטחון, דבר שלא, העיתונות הערבית לא מעיזה לגעת בו, על אף שחלק גדול מחייה נקבע על ידי מערכת הביטחון, על ידי זרועות הביטחון. תחקירים על המשטרה למשל, הרי יש טרוניה מאוד רצינית בחברה הערבית על המשטרה, על התנהגותה של המשטרה. אז אפשר לעשות תחקירים על התנהגותה של המשטרה כלפי טיפול באלימות למשל בחברה הערבית. מה שאני מנסה להגיד זה שהעיתונות הערבית צריכה לבחור לה את הנישה שמאפשרת לה בעצם להתקדם בזה, והיא הופכת להיות יזם חברתי מאוד חשוב כדי להביא לשינוי בחברה הערבית. הגיע הזמן שהעיתונות הערבית תיקח אחריות חברתית גם, ולא תראה את עצמה מפריזמה כלכלית בלבד.
מעולה, המון תודה. חולוד, צעיר או צעירה ערבים שרוצים בעצם להיות עיתונאים, לאן הם הולכים? אם לעיתונאי הערבי אנחנו יודעים שאלו מקום בתקשורת דוברת העברית, אז לאן הוא אמור ללכת? מה הוא אמור לעשות כדי להתפתח וכדי להגיע להיות האילנה דיין הבאים, או רביב דרוקר הבא?
ברשותך, אני משלבת בין שתי השאלות, הקודמת והשאלה הזאת. עכשיו, לגבי השאלה הזאת של העסקת ערבים בתקשורת הישראלית, אני חושבת שהתקשורת הישראלית בשפה העברית, כמובן היוצאת בשפה העברית, היא עדיין לא בשלה להעסקת ערבים. יש לי בעיה עם הקונספט הזה, כאילו היא מושפעת מהאטמוספירה הפוליטית, והאטמוספירה הפוליטית עדיין לא בשלה, היא מתייחסת לערבים במקרה הטוב של אפליה מתקנת, או שילוב ערבים לצורך גוון תרבותי, ואם זה בחברות ההייטק, בדירקטוריונים של כל מיני חברות ממשלתיות, הם לא מתייחסים לערבים כאל שווים. הם ניקח לדוגמה שני תלמידים, סטודנטים שלמדו באוניברסיטה העברית, גם מבחינת הציונים, הם נניח הציונים של חולוד, הם יותר טובים משל טרויה, מי שהיא למדה איתי ועכשיו נמצאת בתקשורת, הסיכויים של טרויה להתקבל לתקשורת הישראלית, הם, ישראלית בשפה העברית, הם יותר טובים מחולוד, אפילו חולוד הם שואפים לאפס, בכלל הם אפס בדרך כלל. אז עדיין התקשורת הישראלית לא בשלה, במקרה הטוב מתייחסים או מעסיקים את הערבי, בנישה של הערבי, לסקר את האוכלוסייה הערבית, והיא נשארת במקום של לגוון את המערכת עצמה, להגיד אוקיי, אנחנו פה, יש לנו גוון תרבותי, יש לנו את הערבי והאתיופי ואני לא יודעת מה, ותמיד נמצא בנישה הזאת שנמצאת כתב לענייני ערבים. אבל מה, נניח סטודנטית כמו נסרין חאג' יחיא, שהיא אכן מתמחה בכלכלה, ויודעת מה זה כלכלה, ויודעת לקרוא את הבורסה, וניירות ערך, ומבינת עניין, והיא פונה לאחד האתרים, ואומרת, אוקיי, אני רוצה להיות כתבת כלכלה, כתבת הון, אני לא יודעת איך נקרא לזה, הסיכויים שלה הם אפס. מה שעוד שגם העיתונות הישראלית, בשפה העברית, היא מועדון של חברים, חבר מביא חבר, אז זה...
צריך לזכור שכולם מגיעים מגלי צה"ל בדרך כלל, וזה מקום שהוא סגור לאוכלוסייה.
לא כולם, הרבה מהם.
כן, אז הטיעון הראשון שהתקשורת העברית היא ממש לא בשירה, היא מושפעת מהאטמוספירה הפוליטית, והאטמוספירה הפוליטית, עכשיו יש את השיחות להכניס את המפלגות הערביות בתוך הקואליציה, מחוץ לקואליציה, זה בדיוק התקשורת, היא מראה, מישהו אמר שהתקשורת היא מראה שהיא מראה לנו את המציאות, זה בדיוק מה שהיא עושה. עכשיו לשאלה השנייה שלך, מה סטודנט ערבי עושה כשהוא מסיים את הלימודים, נניח והוא לומד תקשורת, יש לו כל מיני דברים, יש לו כל מיני אופציות. אחד שהוא הולך ללמד באחד מבתי הספר מקצוע שהוא תקשורת, ושנית לנסות להשתלב בעולם התקשורת. יש מעט מאוד שהשתלבו בעולם התקשורת והוכיחו באמת שהם נמצאים על המפה והוכיחו יכולת מאוד מאוד טובה, ביניהם פורת נסר, פיראס ח'טיב, מי עוד אני זוכרת, יש לנו עלי מוגרבי בתקופה האחרונה גם כן הולך ומתמקד ומתמסד די טוב בתקשורת בשפה העברית. מוחמד מג'אדלה, נכון. אני אישית הייתי מעדיפה שהמסלול של הסטודנט הערבי יעשה ככה, באמת שהוא ייכנס, ישתלב בתקשורת העברית, מלכל האוניברסיטאות הן מלמדות אותך את העיוני, אמל מכיר את היברמאס, הוא מלמד את היברמאס, הם מלמדים הרבה עיוני, תיאוריה, אז הם לומדים שם את התיאוריה, את המקצועי, הם יקחו את זה בכלי התקשורת, ואני מעדיפה שאכן יהיו חלק מכלי תקשורת שהוא יוצא בשפה העברית, שהוא ישראלי, ואחרי זה הלאה, ימשיכו הלאה לתקשורת הערבית, כי שם אנחנו באמת צריכים אנשים שהם מוכשרים, שינסו כמה שאפשר לעבוד עם התקשורת הזאת. ואגב, יש ניסיונות בתקופה האחרונה,
הזמן שלנו הוא קצר, ויש לי שאלת סיכום אחרונה לשניכם, ומה שמעניין אותי, כאילו, איפה הייתם שמים את הדגש? ואיפה אתם חושבים שזה יכול להתפתח יותר מהר? תקשורת הערבית חזקה, בעלת מאפיינים עיתונאיים מובהקים, או חדירה מסיבית יותר של העיתונאים הערבים, כמו אלה שהזכרת לפני חצי דקה, לתקשורת דוברת העברית. ואם בכלל יש פתרונות בקנה, ואני אשמח לתשובה קצרה בדקה וחצי מכל אחד מכם.
תודה. שניהם, למה זה חייב להוציא אחד את השני? אני לא חושב שאו עיתונות שישתלבו בעיתונות ערבית, או שישתלבו בעיתונות עברית, אפשר שניהם, ואנחנו רואים את זה קורה. אני מסכים עם חלוד שיש חסמים מאוד רציניים בעיתונות העברית לקליטת עיתונאים ערבים, זה מתחיל, אני חושב שזה יתפתח קצת, אבל יש לו סף מסוים, סף קיבולת, כי כפי שאמרה, בסופו של דבר מגייסים עיתונאי ערבי כדי לסקר את החברה הערבית, ולא סוגיות מרכזיות שמעסיקות את החברה היהודית גם, וזה מגביל מאוד, אבל ההשתלבות הזו חייבת לדעתי להיות תוצאה של ניסיונות של העיתונאים הערבים להשתלב. אני חושב, אני מאלה שמאמינים שכמו שחירות לא ניתנת אלא נלקחת, גם השתלבות נלקחת, היא צריכה להיעשות, היא צריכה להיעשות על ידי אלה המפסידים מחוסר ההשתלבות. עכשיו כמובן יש חסמים פוליטיים, יש חסמים אחרים, תרבותיים בוודאי, לינגוויסטים. אני חושב שיש מספיק עיתונאים ערבים שהם מקצועיים, דוברי השפה הערבית על פוריה, יש להם יכולת אומץ גם לעשות את העבודה באופן מקצועי ביותר, ולכן אלה צריכים להשתדל לעשות כן, ואני חושב שהמציאות בסופו של דבר כופה את זה. למה? כי כשאנחנו מסתכלים על שנות ה-90, אז נפתח אופק מאוד רציני של העיתונות הערבית בעולם הערבי, והשתלבו שם כמה עיתונאים ועיתונאיות ערבים בתחנות שידור, בעיקר טלוויזיה מהעולם הערבי, אם זה אל-ג'זירה, אל-מיאדין, אל-ערבייה וכן הלאה. האופק הזה הולך ונסגר, כי העיתונות הערבית בעולם הערבי גם משתנה, וההתעניינות במה שמתרחש כאן הולך ומשתנה, וכתוצאה מזה האופק הזה נסגר. לכן יש להם שתי אופציות עיתונאים ערבים, או ללכת לעיתונות היהודית, העברית, או ללכת לעיתונות הערבית. אני חושב ששניהם חשוב מאוד שיתפתחו. אני לא חושב שהאוניברסיטאות מתפקידן לחנך איך להיות עיתונאים. יש מסלולים אחרים, אלטרנטיביים לעניין הזה, ועיתונאי שרוצה להיות, כשאנחנו מסתכלים על העיתונאים שמגיעים לעיתונות העברית, אין ספק שכמעט 50% מהם מגיעים מגלי צה"ל, ויש 50% שמגיעים ממקורות אחרים. אז אין גלי צה"ל לעיתונאים הערבים, אבל יש מקורות אחרים, ואני חושב שראוי להסתכל על זה. אחד הדברים שככה הפריע לי שהגעתי למרכז אלה, ואני מקצר, זה כשניסינו לעשות קורסים לעיתונאים, מספר העיתונאים שהגיע היה מאוד מאוד מצומצם, מאוד מאוד קטן. למה? כי הרבה מהם שכבר מועסקים לא ראו צורך להשאיר את הידע או להתמקצע. אחד, שניים, הרבה מהם לא רצו לצאת ממערכות העיתונים כדי ללמוד, כי אין להם איפה לחזור, זה משוק העבודה מאוד מאוד מצומצם, מי שכבר מצא עבודה זה כבר לא רצה לעזוב, וכמובן המודל הכלכלי של אמצעי התקשורת עצמו לא מעודד. זאת אומרת, כאשר אמצעי תקשורת מרכזי מעסיק תלמידי י"ב לפי שעה כעיתונאים, אז איזה סיכוי יש לעיתונאים מקצועיים באמת לקבל משכורת שאפשר לחיות ממנה באמצעי תקשורת כאלה. לכן האתגר הוא מבני. לכן אני רוצה להדגיש בסוף דבריי עוד את הדבר שכבר אמרתי קודם, וזה המעורבות של גופים שלישיים. אני יודע, קצר, המעורבות של גופים שלישיים, את הארגונים בסוגים שונים שיש להם את היכולת המקצועית, ויש להם את המשאבים הכלכליים, ורוצים וחשוב להם אידיאולוגית לקדם עיתונות חוקרת, עיתונות מקצועית, חייבים לקחת את החברה הערבית והעיתונות הערבית כפרויקט, כדי באמת להשריש שם את היכולות האלה, ולקדם את התחום הזה, וזה לדעתי ייצור שינוי אדיר בכל העולם העיתונאות והאחריות החברתית של עיתונות.
אני בטוחה שמקשיבים לנו גם מארגוני חברה אזרחית וגם מגורמים פילנטרופיים, והרמת פה הרמת להנחתה, אני מאוד מקווה שמישהו יעשה מעשה ויאמץ את ההמלצה שלך. חולוד, ממש בחצי דקה, כי זמננו באמת תם לפני שלוש דקות.
אני מסכימה לחלוטין, זה צריך להיות גם וגם. תקשורת, אני מאמינה שיש צורך בלהיכנס לתקשורת הישראלית בשפה העברית ולעבוד ממש שם. כיום כל מלחמה נמצאת, היא מלחמה על התודעה, בין זה בעולם הערבי, אנחנו לא רואים את הנשק בפועל. אנחנו רואים שכל ארגון וכל מחתרת וכל אני לא יודעת מה הצד, יש לו כלי תקשורת משלו שדרכו הוא מנסה לשחק בתודעה של האחרים. גם כאן התקשורת הישראלית, עד תקופה מסוימת היינו אומרים כל הזמן תקשורת שמאלנית, תקשורת שמאלנית, כיום את לא יכולה לטעון את הטיעון הזה, הרבה אנשים מהימין נכנסו לתקשורת הזה, למרחב התקשורתי, והמרחב התקשורתי בישראל משתנה. אז ואם אנחנו רוצים להשמיע קול ולהיות חלק, לא חלק מהחברה בישראל, הרי יש לנו גם צרכים, גם זכויות, אנחנו מנסים לשחק, זה בדיוק הכנסת, סוג של כנסת כזאת שאת צריכה להיכנס אליה, אם את רוצה להשפיע על התודעה ולהשפיע על היחסים ולהשפיע על גם רמת הזכויות ואיך את מקבלת את הזכויות שלך, וזה מחקר שעשינו בעלם, פרופסור עמל ג'מאל עשה, שעצם עיתונאי ערבי בתקשורת שהיא מפרסמת בשפה העברית, אכן לא משנה את המסגור וכל זה, אבל מתייחס לשחקן הערבי כוויקטימס, אז יש שינוי כלשהו, אז באמת יש צורך שניכנס לתקשורת וננסה לשחק שם וננסה לשנות אופן הסיקור של התקשורת עצמה. מצד שני יש צורך לחזק את החברה עצמה, עדיין לעשות empowerment לחברה עצמה, לתקשורת עצמה. כאילו את לא יכולה לבוא ולהגיד חברה שהיא חזקה בכל עוד שהתקשורת שלה מאוד חלשה. התקשורת היא באמת מי שבונה או שנותנת לך אינדיקציה על החברה עצמה. אז החברה חלשה, התקשורת חלשה, אז באמת צריך לעשות empowerment לתקשורת בחברה הערבית. אז זה הולך וגם אני
משפט אחרון בבקשה.
ממש, אני מצטרפת לאמל מהניסיון שלנו בעלם. אנחנו ניסינו לפנות לכמה ארגונים ופילנתרופיה, לגייס באמת לעניין של הכשרת העיתונאים בתחום התקשורת החוקרת. נכון להיום,
רוב הארגונים הבינלאומיים אומרים שהערבים בישראל הם לא על סדר היום שלנו. זו תגובה שקיבלנו מהריץ' ומה-IMS ומרוב הארגונים. מצד שני, אנחנו גם כן לפנות לארגונים כאן, זה היה משהו קשה, אמנם שומרים ממש עוזרים בתקופה האחרונה. אז זה גם כן במה שאני יכולה לנצל, לדבר על צורך באמת לקחת את הנושא הזה ולהכשיר כמה שאפשר עיתונאים שהם ערבים ישראלים מכאן. תודה לך נסרין.
תודה חולוד, בהזדמנות אני גם רוצה להגיד שזה גם תפקידה של המדינה, המדינה יודעת להשקיע לא מעט כסף כדי להכניס מהנדסים ערבים להייטק וכדי להכניס רוקחים ורופאים לבתי חולים. אני חושבת שזו חובתה המוסרית של מדינת ישראל לבנות גם מסלולים ייעודיים שבאמצעותם היא בעצם תבנה גם תקשורת חוקרת בשפה הערבית וגם תכניס אנשי תקשורת ערבים לתקשורת המיינסטרימית בשפה העברית. זה יהיה טוב לשני הצדדים, זה ווין ווין.
אני חייב לחלוק עלייך, אני לא רוצה מעורבות של המדינה בנושא הזה.
רק בהכשרתם והכנסתם לתעשייה ובשלב...
החינוך שלהם, הם בעל המאה או בעל הדעה בסופו של דבר, והמדינה...
תוכנית אלימות נסרים, תוכנית אלימות שנתיים, אותה דרישה שלא...
לצערי זמננו מאוד מוגבל, אני נאלצת להפסיק פה, אני רוצה להודות לשניכם, אפשר להמשיך את הדיון הזה עוד שעות רבות, אבל אנחנו מוגבלים בזמן, המון תודה לשניכם, והמשך כנס נעים, להתראות.
תודה רבה.
כשביקשו ממני להסביר בכמה מילים מה זה דאטה ג'ורנליזם, הדבר הראשון שאמרתי, מה זאת אומרת בכמה מילים? יש לנו גרף. אוקיי, בכל זאת, מה זה דאטה ג'ורנליזם? מבחינתי, זאת הגדרה שיש לה 4 מעגלים. המעגל הראשון והכי בסיסי זה לתמוך בידיעה עיתונאית באמצעות נתונים. אם למשל יש דיווחים או פרשנויות על האופן שבו מתנהלת האכיפה בזמן הסגרים, אנחנו נדגים את זה באמצעות הנתונים. המעגל השני עובד הפוך. במקום שהנתונים יאשרו או יתמכו בדיווח, הדיווח עצמו יהיה מבוסס על הנתונים. למשל, איך הקורונה תשפיע על גישת העבודה מהבית, מה הקשר בין שחרור מנהלי לאלימות במשפחה, או כמה שטח תופסת נהיגה ברכב פרטי לעומת תחבורה ציבורית. רמז הרבה יותר ממה שנראה לכם. המעגל השלישי והרחב יותר של דאטה ג'ורנליזם, וחלק משמעותי מהעבודה שלנו בשומרים, זה להסתכל על נתונים איפה שאין נתונים, כמו למשל נאומים. זה חשוב כי לפעמים, רק לפעמים, יש פער בין מה שנבחר ציבור אומר לבין מה שהוא רוצה שנשמע. ולפעמים לא נעים לו להגיד במילים את מה שהוא רוצה שנחשוב. זה לא, איך נקרא לזה, ממלכתי. לפעמים, בחינה של רטוריקה באמצעות נתונים יכולה לחשוף, אולי אפילו לנבא, תהליכים פוליטיים. אם נאמר לנו שהממשלה הוקמה כדי לטפל במשבר הקורונה ושהיא פורקה בגלל התקציב, הדאטה שמאחורי הרטוריקה מספר סיפור קצת אחר. כן, גם לי הייתה תחושה שהכל התחיל ונגמר במחלוקת על מערכת המשפט ובמלחמה על הרוטציה, אבל זה לא היה לי ברור עד שראיתי את הנתונים עצמם. המעגל הרביעי והרחב יותר עוסק בדיוק בעניין הזה של גם לי הייתה תחושה והמטרה שלו היא לשאול, האומנם? ממשלה מנופחת באמת יכולה להבטיח יציבות? באמת יש לנו יותר מדי חברי כנסת? הפילוג מגיע רק מצד אחד של המפה הפוליטית? חיסון אסירים באמת בא על חשבון סבא וסבתא שלי? כמה רופאות ורופאים באמת חושבים שהסגר לא יעיל נגד הקורונה? ובכלל, אחרי שראינו את הטישים והחתונות בחברה החרדית בזמן המשבר, האם אנחנו יודעים באמת מה זה אומר להיות ילד חרדי בסגר, בבית קטן עם עוד 12 נפשות, בלי בית ספר ובלי אינטרנט? בקיצור, לדאטה ג'ורנליזם מבחינתי יש 2 מטרות. קודם כל, להביא מידע חדש. אבל מעבר לזה, לגרום לי להסתכל על המציאות בצורה אחרת. להבין שהיא הרבה יותר מורכבת ממה שאני חושב ורואה ושומע. אחת הסיסמאות החשובות של עיתונות היא Speak Truth to Power, לדבר אמת לכוח. ונהוג לחשוב שהכוח שצריך לדבר אליו את האמת הוא השלטון. וזה גם נכון, אבל לא רק. יש מוקד נוסף של כוח, ממש קיר ברזל, וזה דעה רווחת, מיתוס, קונצנזוס, זה כוח. וכוח כזה קשה מאוד לשבור, והאמת שגם לא צריך. מה שאפשר לעשות זה להצביע על סדקים קטנים שיגרמו לנו לראות את העולם מבעדו. בגלל זה בשומרים יש מערכת שטוחה. הכוח לא נמצא במקום אחד, ההיררכיה היא לרוחב. מצד אחד אנחנו מקבלים עצמאות מוחלטת לאסוף, לנתח, לאגור נתונים מכל תחום שאפשר רק לחשוב עליו. מצד שני, יש דיאלוג ער מאוד עם כל הגורמים במערכת כדי להחליט מאיזו זווית להסתכל עליהם, איך להנגיש אותם, מה המסקנות שאפשר לגזור מהם. הנרטיב זה שלכם, של הציבור. אתם תבנו את תמונת המציאות. אנחנו פה כדי לתת את הכלים.
Joining us now is Richard Toffel, the president of ProPublica since 2013. Prior to that, he served as the general manager of ProPublica from its founding in the late 2007. ProPublica is a groundbreaking, non-profit, independent newsroom. It includes a team of 100 journalists who focus on bringing to the public stories that create real impact. And if recognitions and awards are an indication for success, then the 6 Pulitzer Prizes ProPublica have won over the years alongside other tens of prestigious awards proves it. He's also a member of Shomrim Advisory Committee, and we're thankful for him for that. Thank you very much, Richard, for making the time to have this conversation and joining us from New York.
Thank you for having me. Looking forward to it.
So, Richard, if you could take us back to the first days of ProPublica. Why do you think that's what the media needed? Or was it America maybe that needed something in 2007? And when you look at the media back then, did you feel something was missing? Can you say what that was? What was the need that ProPublica was trying to meet?
Sure. The need that we were trying to meet was a real beginning of a market failure, especially in investigative journalism, which is what we do. Accountability journalism. You know, ironically, in this country, in the U.S., the best year in the history of the American newspaper business was the year 2000. But by 2005, as consumer broadband rolled out in America, the economics of newspapers began to collapse and has been, unfortunately, downhill ever since. And one of the consequences of that became apparent very quickly was cutbacks in investigative journalism almost across the board, with just a very few exceptions. And so ProPublica is designed to help fill that gap in investigative journalism on a nonprofit basis, originally at the national level, and then in more recent years, also at the local and regional level around the country.
And how did it begin? How did it come to be? Because it's so unique in its structure. What was the first person you met or the first person that joined you in bringing this to life?
So we were enormously fortunate. ProPublica was in many ways the idea of 2 philanthropists, a married couple named Herb and Marion Sandler from San Francisco, who had built a very successful bank, which they sold in 2006 for a great deal of money. And they had been active philanthropists before that, but once they sold the bank, they decided to spend the rest of their lives, and did spend the rest of their lives as full-time philanthropists. And one of the most important initiatives they wanted to do was in investigative journalism. They went around this country and talked to a number of people about what they might do. Those included Paul Steiger, who was then the managing editor of the Wall Street Journal, someone with whom I had worked, and his vision was that we could create a nonprofit newsroom, publishing digitally and sharing our biggest stories with leading news organizations, which would publish them in partnership with us, thus enabling us to get audience very quickly. And the Sandlers committed up to $10 million a year for 3 years to give us the ability to start going. And so we did, and began publishing in mid-2008.
So like you say, ProPublica is an investigative journalism organization. It has several unique aspects. One of them is being nonprofit, relying on donations rather than on advertisement. And so how do you ensure financial stability? Is there a difference between a media company that is for-profit than one that is nonprofit? And how does that change the news environment, being nonprofit?
Yeah, I'm not sure it changes the approach to the news. I mean, good news organizations need to be, and I hope are, independent of their funding sources. With nonprofit, you are looking to donors, and 98% or more of our revenues from that day to this come from donors. At this point, the Sandler Foundation is still a very important donor, but it's now, I guess, about 8% of funding, something like that, down from almost all of it at the beginning. And we had 43,000 donors last year. So but you need to be independent of your donors, just the way traditional media needed to be and needs still to be independent of advertisers.
Yeah, definitely. ProPublica is also a role model, I think, for an organization that operates in transparency. And it's really important for me to hear why is it important for you. And developing unique tools like the data store or opening databases. Tell us more about these tools. And this is not what an ordinary media organization does. Why do you do it? Why is it important for you not only to do investigative journalism story, but do something that's broader, that can be more helpful for journalists, even if they don't come from ProPublica?
Right. Well, I think one of the things is if you are operating as a nonprofit, that means you're being given some advantages, especially in the U.S. Contributions from Americans are tax deductible, which is a big advantage and helps nonprofits here raise a lot of their money. And in that public spirit, we try to operate really under a culture of sharing. So for instance, almost all of our stories are available for free republication by anyone under a Creative Commons license. And as you say, we've, from the beginning, put an emphasis on doing data journalism that not only can tell important stories, but can facilitate others doing those stories. So for instance, early on, we launched something called Dollars for Docs, which well before it became a similar effort was done by the federal government in this country, revealed all pharmaceutical company payments to doctors. And we did some interesting stories off of that database, but we also made it possible for people to search for their own doctor. And that in turn, if you limit a search to a particular locale, can help other news organizations do local stories about the doctors in their community who get the most money from pharmaceutical payments. And we've had similar approaches to stories in education or about nursing homes. And we've also launched in more recent years an effort that allows you to look at the nonprofit, at the filings, the public filings of all nonprofits across the country for free. So all these things are an attempt to take advantage of what transparency is possible, especially in digital media. And of course, we try to operate very transparently ourselves. We issue 3 public reports a year on our activities. We list the impact our stories have had, which is the most important measure to us of our own success. And we reveal our donors and our finances and our traffic. And so we try to operate a transparent business, just as we're asking others to be transparent with us about their activities.
That's really inspiring. We're getting close to the end of our time, but I wanted to ask you about now. You recently announced that you are leaving your position as the president of ProPublica, and are you a bit more optimistic now than you were in 2007, maybe hopeful? And looking back at the years of ProPublica, and I know you put a lot of emphasis about impact and measuring the impact of your important work. How did your organization change journalism?
So I'm very proud of what we've accomplished. We have made a difference. I mean, from changing various policies and laws and reporting resulting in the replacement of public officials who needed to be replaced. We've also grown quite a lot. So we started with a target budget of $10 million a year and about 20 or 25 people. We're now up to 175 people, and our budget this year is about $35 million. I am more optimistic about the role that nonprofit journalism can play. I still think that there are enormous challenges to journalism throughout the world as the advertising model continues to collapse and especially to be monopolized by just a few players. But I think we are making some progress. For myself, I will have been at this job 14 years by the time I retire later this year, and my feeling is if you stay in a job long enough, eventually you will have stayed too long, and I hope I've been able to avoid that.
I want to thank you very much. Your work and the work of ProPublica are really inspiring for us, and I want to thank you for your time, and we'll be in touch.
I just want to say before I go that the same is true of your work, and I'm very, very proud to be affiliated with it. I think you're doing very important things. I wish you all good fortune. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much.
הפאנל הבא שלנו יעסוק באחד הארגונים העיתונאיים המסקרנים בעולם. ה-ICIJ, ראשי תיבות של הקונסורציום הבינלאומי לעיתונות חוקרת, הוא גוף מדיה שלא למטרת רווח. הוא הוקם בוושינגטון ב-1997, ובשנים האחרונות משמש כמעין מערכת מרכזית שאליה מגיעות הדלפות ענק של מסמכים. ה-ICIJ מבצע ניתוח ראשוני של המסמכים, בונה סביבה מערכת טכנולוגית מורכבת המאפשרת חיפוש וסריקה שלהם, ומעמיד את כל המכלול הזה לרשות כ-260 עיתונאים בכל העולם החברים בו. העיתונאים בתורם נדרשים בתמורה לשתף פעולה בביצוע התחקירים ולחלוק ביניהם את הממצאים. במהלך השנים הביא המודל הייחודי הזה לחשיפה של אינספור סיפורים. על קצה המזלג נזכיר את הפנמה פייפרס, את המסמכים הפנימיים של הממשל הסיני המתארים את ההתעמרות במיעוט האויגרי, את מסמכי פרדייס שעסקו בהעלמות ומקלטי מס, את הפינסן פיילס שעסקו בתנועות כספים חשודות, והרשימה עוד ארוכה. על החשיפות האלה זכה ה-ICIJ בפרסים רבים ובראשם הפוליצר ב-2017. השנה הוגשה מועמדותו של הארגון לפרס נובל, לא פחות. בואו נעבור כאן למשתתפי הפאנל שלנו.
Yelena, Uri, thank you very much for being here with us today. Let me introduce you briefly and then we'll go into the interview itself. Will Fitzgibbon is a senior ICIJ reporter. He's also ICIJ's Africa and Middle East Partnership Coordinator. He took part in the Panama Papers investigation, Fins and Files investigation, and the Paradise Papers investigation. Yelena Chosic is the ICIJ's training manager. She's also East Europe Partnership Coordinator and part of ICIJ's data team. She took part in the Fins and Files investigation, China Cables investigation, and the Luanda Leaks investigation. Uri Blau is an investigative journalist with over 20 years experience exploring political corruption, national security, and transparency issues. His work appeared in Haaretz, BBC, AP, and other outlets. Blau took part in various ICIJ projects, including the Panama Papers. Last September, he published with Shomrim a series of investigations that were based on ICIJ's Fins and Files. Will, let's begin with you. Can you give us a brief introduction about the ICIJ and its important role these days?
Thanks, Ayal, and it's great to be here. ICIJ has existed as an organization headquartered in the United States for over 20 years now, but I think many people will know it best for its work over the past 6 or 7 years relating to a series of leaks centered on the offshore world, the world of tax havens and financial secrecy. What ICIJ does is twofold. It is both a team of journalists, data journalists, computer engineers, and researchers, and then also a team that spends, like me, a lot of time coordinating journalists on cross-border global projects. ICIJ is unique in that what we do must always have a certain threshold of internationality. That means we don't publish investigations with 2 or 3 countries involved, but rather 20, 30, or 100 countries. And although it might seem commonplace nowadays, when journalists and members of the public talk often about collaboration, as I'm sure my colleagues Yelena and Yuri on the panel will also be able to speak to, organizing systems and processing millions of documents of data so that hundreds of reporters from every country around the world potentially can access that data and can be convinced culturally to work together in a team that agrees to follow certain deadlines and to publish a global investigation together is not something that happens overnight. So ICIJ, I think, is unique in what it does in terms of a cross-border news organization that really aims to publish stories with global resonance at regular durations.
I mentioned before in my Hebrew introduction the Pulitzer Prize and the Nobel Prize nomination. Obviously, that's very, very impressive, but I'd like to hear what, in your opinion, is the ICIJ's biggest achievement?
I think for me, ICIJ's biggest achievement has been changing the global culture of investigative journalism. If we all close our eyes and think about what we grew up thinking an investigative journalist was, if we're a journalist or even if we're not a journalist, we associate it with probably an angry older man who smokes too much, drinks too much, sits in the back of a dark room and yells at everyone and works on his own. And that's key there, because what ICIJ has done over the years has encouraged journalists who maybe grew up in that culture to understand and see with their own eyes that the impact of your stories and the benefit for the global public is enhanced when you work with other journalists. That by sharing your leads, that by offering to help a journalist in another country, and that by coordinating with them, not only is the journalist's work improved because you can find more details, but the impact of your reporting is enhanced. And ultimately, that's why journalists become journalists, because they, I think, like I believe, there are systemic flaws within our countries and within the world that need to be addressed, and there are reforms available for those issues. And I think what ICIJ has done has really shaken up the world of investigative journalism to show and demonstrate time and time again through the impacts of projects like Panama Papers and like the FinCEN files that investigative journalism is more powerful when it's done collaboratively.
Let's take a peek into the ICIJ's newsroom. How does that leaking system work? Do you get to know the whistleblowers, or is it all anonymous?
It's a mix. And I would also say that ICIJ does not just do investigations based on leaks. We've produced a series of non-leak based investigations that look at industries in healthcare or the functioning and the weaknesses of institutions like the World Bank. But it's true that many of our big ticket investigations have in recent years been based on leaks. And what's great about that process is that the leaks come from all forms of different sources. One of our leaks on a smaller project called Mauritius Leaks literally arrived in the form of a USB key on my desk, for example. In the case of the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers, and also FinCEN files, there were whistleblowers who provided these leaks to journalists, say in the case of the Panama Papers to German journalists. And to their credit, those German journalists understood that there was so much documentation and there were so many countries involved in these leaked material that it would be almost a scandal for one national newspaper to keep it to themselves. So these German journalists turned to ICIJ, said, here's the data, you at ICIJ have the technology, and you also have the experience in building these teams of global reporters. I think that's an important point to make, because journalists at ICIJ who also receive leaks and other journalists are not just passively sitting waiting for the next Panama Papers to fall from the sky. I think there's sometimes a misconception that investigations based on leaks are somehow quote unquote lazy. I would argue to the contrary, that the only reason journalists receive leaks in the first place is because there are whistleblowers out there who've followed the work of those journalists and believe that those journalists are the right people to exploit, understand, and publish information related to this leaked material. What that means is we never know if we'll get the next Panama Papers tomorrow, if we'll get it next week, or if we'll get another batch in 10 years' time.
Okay, and since you mentioned it, so can you possibly give us even a tiny hint about the next story that's coming?
I knew you'd ask, and you knew I'd say no. What I can say, though, is ICIJ always works on two strands. We're always ready to receive leaks from whistleblowers directly, but also from other journalists around the world. And that's why the work of people like Jelena and I and colleagues of mine is so important in that we're always expanding networks and relationships with new journalists, working with Shomrim, for example, for the first time. Part of my mission every week is to make sure I'm speaking to a new journalist from a new country and letting him, her, or them know that they can provide information to us. And then fingers crossed there is a whistleblower out there who also is paying attention.
Thank you, Will. I'm a little disappointed, but I'll have to get over it. Jelena, so the ICAJ gets that huge pile of documents, and millions of them. What happens next?
Hi, everyone, and thank you for the invitation, and thank you for that question. I think it's very relevant. And I have to start by emphasizing what Will mentioned is that ICAJ has become globally recognized as an organization who is trustworthy to deal with these kind of documents and these huge leaks. And again, it does work in both ways. It works in both ways because we are trusted by the public, but we are also trusted by the numerous partners all over the world who are taking part in our investigations. And, you know, when ICAJ gets this huge number of files, one of the first things that we do is that we check them. Our internal team is checking them, like checking the documents themselves and seeing, you know, like what the story is about, how many documents are there. We are doing like the first level, I would say, of analysis of those documents. And then we are checking what countries and what partners are we going to include. It goes in phases. And then we actually start working with partners and our entire team start working with the documents. So like the first steps are to check what countries are included. So who do we want to and with whom we want to make new partnership, but also renew some old partnerships. But also we want to see if there is anything else that we want to add to those documents. Meaning a lot of our partners will have to do an extra step, you know, using not only the documents that we have, but also the documents they will have to dig out themselves and report next to it. So it's even though the number of the people within ICAJ is not large, it looks like a huge machinery behind it. And most of the people are very surprised when they hear that there are only, you know, around 40-something people behind ICAJ, and that from recent, you know, days. Previously, it was up to 30 people who were working on all of these investigations and coordinating all of this. So I would say next to this entire process of working with documents is also working parallelly with partners, getting them involved in this and getting them on board in this. And then everything like this is like having a lot of meetings, having a lot of trainings and coordinating everything so that 200 or 400 people would, you know, work together as one very organized and very professional newsroom.
Okay, and another interesting question is with the vast amounts of documents, how do you make sure that you identify all the hidden stories?
Another good question. I would say you are never quite convinced that you identify all of them, right? Yeah. But this is why we are trying to work with the best there is, you know, like the best journalists and the best newsrooms around the world are working with us on these documents and on these leaks. This is why we are trying to identify as many stories as we can. So basically, we are working with the either small newsrooms around the world or really important ones and big ones. But what we are trying to achieve is that from each of the country, we have at least some important stories that we basically don't miss. We do also have like the in-depth work from our side and from the side of the partners that kind of I would hate to say guarantee and then something else happens after the publication of the stories, but we are giving our best so that wouldn't happen. Sometimes when you have a 10 million and plus document, that's almost impossible to do, right? Because no matter how many partners you have, it's a really vast and in-depth work, but what we do, and as you know, ICIJ has databases like offshore leaks database, like medical device databases. So journalists around the world who are willing to dig more through the documents can potentially find more information and potentially do more stories based on the documents that we have previously received. And I have to say that even to this day, like nowadays it's like the 5th anniversary of Panama Papers, we are all the time informed that more and more journalists are still doing the stories related to Panama Papers or anything else that we have done previously.
Okay, that's very interesting. Can you describe the way investigation begins and then develops?
Sure. So it's I usually mention something like it's you know, the Ocean 12 film. You know, it's not Ocean 12. Yeah. It's Ocean's. It's ICIJ's 400. So what we're trying to do is we try to once we assess the leak, once we assess the documents, what we try is to approach to the partners that we trust, that we know that want to work with us. They're from one side extremely, great at what they do, but also really kind and caring and taking care of, other partners in the team. So first we try to form the team, but then what we do with partner is that ICIJ has like several teams. One is the team of developers who are developing the platforms that we are using for communication on one side and for sharing the knowledge and sharing the data, which is data share, that it's also online and everybody can download it. It's designed by our developers and it's extremely useful. So everybody who wants to use it can use it as a really convenient analyzing tool and platform. Then we have a data team, and data team analyzes documents in different levels, in different ways throughout the project and helping partners. I would say almost any story that has come out of any leak has a lot of data elements in it. And then, of course, we have the team of editors and reporters who are doing a massive job in reporting from this leak. Simultaneously with all of this, what we do with partners is that we train them into using the platforms, but also we train them into understand the data, knowing what to do with them, explain them what we have found, but they also explain us what they have found, because only if we work together, it works for all of us.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Uri, your perspective is probably a little different. Let's take the Panama Papers as an example to your work. One morning you get access to 12 million documents. What do you do next with it?
Yeah, well, first, thanks for having me here. It's a great question. It is indeed a massive trove of document, and its sheer size and cooperative aspects were pretty new at the time when I first got involved with the ICIJ and the Panama paper. So there is a major learning curve that you have to go through with this kind of project. And first, initially, it really means like spending the time in learning it. It's almost like learning a new language. Panama Papers, for example, ranged in countries, years, dozens of years, many languages, technical terms, all this stuff you have to learn. So really it means like you have a very long nights and not much sleep when you get initial access to this, and then you work on it, and then you have no sleep because you're approaching deadline. Basically, because of the cooperative aspect within ICIJ, once me or Will or any other journalist would find a lead that would be or might be relevant to other people, we would share it within an internal platform. You can call it like an internal Facebook of ICIJ. in which we can securely exchange ideas, leads, tips, and build up cooperation. In the last investigation that we worked on, and together with Shomrim, for example, one major story involved journalists from Denmark, Slovenia, Italy, Israel, and I probably forgot some countries. It involved and it was based on a big previous investigation conducted by OCCRP called the Azari Laundromat. But basically, the FinCEN file helped us understand that money that were funneled into some suspicious Azeri companies was somehow involved Israel aerospace industry. We could have never done this without ICIJ and without this kind of platforms that would enable us to share ideas and leads.
You mentioned sharing. Sharing is something that journalists are not very happy to do, at least the journalists I know. How did it work for you?
Well, you get to learn that sharing is caring, but indeed this is not where we come from as journalists. I hate to think about it, but what Will said earlier on, maybe I'm that, I was younger, but maybe I'm that old guy at the back of the newsroom with the cigarettes when I used to smoke and the black coffee. You might remember it, Eyal.
I do.
It's true. We as journalists are not known for our small egos, modesty, and the desire to share things. And we have to do just that in order to succeed in an organization like ICIJ. And really, I believe we have to do just that almost in order to succeed in today's media landscape, because I think what Will and Yelena to some respect said, it's very true. The landscape of journalism have changed, and a lot has to do with the new ideas that ICIJ has brought to the table. So indeed, this is not something that we grow up with as journalists. But I think with time, you realize that at the end of the day, after one round of the Luxembourg leaks, the Lux leaks, or HSBC leaks, and the Panama Papers, eventually you understand that the outcome is so massive, and nobody could have done it by him or herself. I mean, Will mentioned, I think, the Süddeutsche Zeitung journalists who brought the Panama Papers to ICIJ. Come to think about it, it's pretty amazing that journalists would really give up such an incredible treasure. But I think they understood pretty early on that you just can't do it without it. And it is true that as a journalist working in this kind of organization and with such big amount of information, one thing that is really hard to digest is the understanding that you probably miss some stories. You're definitely going to miss some stories. But then again, at the end of the day, there is a very, the longevity of the stories is quite amazing, because as Yelena mentioned, we still can use the Panama paper to identify news stories. If somebody who were a businessman in Israel came to power just now, the first thing you want to do is go back to ICIJ-like platforms and databases and see if he or she appears there. And so it never ends on D-Day, on the day of publication.
It's fascinating. I have many more questions, but I keep getting signals that we're way behind our time. So I have to thank you again for being here with us today. Yelena, Uri, Will, and let's hope for many good stories in the future.
We'll try. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
בפרויקט שיצרתי על צפון ים המלח, ביחד עם שומרים, ירדתי על המקום הכי נמוך בעולם, לצלם ולראיין את האנשים שחיים בתוך האסון הסביבתי שקורה לנגד עיניהם. תמיד הייתה לי אהבה ומשיכה לאזור הזה. מעבר לנוף המדהים והייחודי, יש שם מין דממה שאנשים צמאים לה במדינה הרועשת הזאת. הים הוא חלק מהמורשת הישראלית, והוא אחד הנכסים הטבעיים הכי חזקים שיש לנו. רציתי להתעסק עם הנזק שנגרם מנסיגת הים, חוסר הנגישות של הציבור לאזור הזה, והנזק האקולוגי והכלכלי. רציתי לדעת אם יש עדיין פתרונות לבעיה, ואם כן, למה הממשלה לא מקדמת אותם. בביקור קצרצר בים המלח ראיתי בעצם בפעם הראשונה את החלק הצפוני ביותר שלו. את הפנייה שמאלה מצומת הלידו כמעט אף אחד כבר לא עושה, אבל כשכן עושים את הפנייה הזאת לכיוון הגבול עם ירדן, מגיעים למקום שבו נסיגת הים נראית בצורה המוחשית והמובהקת ביותר. אפשר לראות את שרידי מסעדת הלידו הירדנית שננטשה ב-67. פעם המסעדה ישבה על קו המים, אבל היום היא כמעט 2 קילומטרים ממנו. אפשר גם לראות את המזח הקטן של מפעל האשלג משנות ה-30. היום הוא עומד כמו אנדרטה בודדה במרחבי האדמה החרוכה. פארק המים אטרקציה נבנה בסוף שנות ה-80 על קו החוף. היום הפארק נטוש ויבש, וכדי להגיע לקו המים צריך הסעה בקלאבקר. כשיצאתי לשומרים את הרעיון לכתבה, החלטנו שהדרך הכי טובה לספר את הסיפור תהיה דרך האנשים שגרים או עובדים שם. אלה שהשעון הסביבתי משפיע ישירות על חייהם. רצינו לשמוע מהם על נסיגת הים ועל תופעת הבולענים. שהם יספרו על ההקפאה לתוכניות פיתוח ועל הנזק התיירותי והכלכלי שספגו. פגשתי את האנשים האלה, וכולם עוד קיימת התקווה לשינוי ולהתעוררות של הממשלה, שתסב את תשומת הלב הראויה למקום ההוא, הייחודי מסוגו בעולם. הופתעתי לשמוע שמבחינה טכנולוגית יש פתרונות ברי קיימא, אלא שממשלה עסוקה בבעיות האחרות. היום גופי התקשורת אינם מסוגלים לספק לנו את מרווח הזמן, המשאבים ואורך הנשימה כדי לרדת לעומקם של דברים. כך שלצד הסיפור עצמו, זה אחד הפרויקטים המרגשים שעשיתי, משום שהתאפשר לי לחקור ולצלול לעומק הנושא. נסעתי שוב ושוב אל האזור כדי להבין אותו, כמו שלא יכולתי לעשות ללא התמיכה של שומרים, וההתעקשות על סיפור ולא על דדליין. תמונה מוצלחת שווה 1,000 מילים, אבל לפעמים צריך גם טקסט. רציתי הפעם להביא את הסיפור המלא בעצמי, טקסט וצילום. יש יתרון גדול להיות זה שבוחר את המצולמים והמרואיינים, מצלם אותם ומדבר איתם. בין השאר גם זה הפך את הפרויקט לאחד המשמעותיים שעשיתי. עכשיו נותר רק לקוות שהמדינה תציל את ים המלח.
באייטם הבא שלנו, שוב נושיב את איתן ברונר מבחירי האורחים בבלומברג וממקימי שומרים בכיסא המראיין. בכיסא המרואיין, סטיבן אנגלברג, העורך הראשי של פרו-פובליקה. דיברתי קודם עם נשיא הארגון כדי לקבל את התמונה הרחבה של הפעילות שלהם. אתה יודע, חזון, משמעות, מטרות. עכשיו בוא נצלול פנימה. איך נראה ניוזרום של ארגון כזה? איך הדברים עובדים בפועל? איך עושים שיתופי פעולה עם גופי תקשורת אחרים? איך בסוף ארגון ללא מטרות רווח מצליח להביא תחקירים זוכה פרסים ולשנות את המציאות?
Thank you, Eyal and Alona. I'm here today with Stephen Engelberg. Steve has been editor-in-chief of ProPublica since 2013. He was also the founding managing editor of that before, and has spent the past year as the chair of the Pulitzer Prize Board. He spent 9 years on that board. Before being at ProPublica, Steve was the managing editor of The Oregonian, and before that, he spent 18 years at the New York Times, where he founded the investigative unit, and where the work that he oversaw won a lot of prizes, including the Pulitzer in more than one occasion. We worked together at the Times in those years, and we have been personal friends for 25 years. Steve, welcome. Thanks for coming.
My pleasure.
Steve, you were, as I said, part of the launching of ProPublica. This was a whole new concept when it began, and Shomrim is modeled partly on it in the sense of a kind of independent approach to pushing, increasing the amount of investigative journalism in a society which was starting to fall, it was beginning to fall away. So tell us a little bit about how what you do differs from other newsrooms and, you know, maybe a lesson or two along the way that Shomrim might learn.
Well, first of all, I mean, I think nonprofit journalism as we do it, fortunately, is very similar to the ordinary journalism that we all grew up in. You know, the standards are the same. We have, you know, intense fact checking. We have not one but two in-house lawyers reviewing all of our work. So in a sense, when you and I worked at the New York Times and did investigative reporting together, the work we do is very similar, done in some cases by some of the same people we used to work with. So in that sense, there's very little difference. Where we differ a little bit, and I don't know whether Charlene has this sense or not, it's worked well for us, is that our founding donor, we were very fortunate to have a very wealthy couple, Herb and Marion Sandler, provide the initial money for this, had a sense that what the organization needed to point toward was not beautifully written feature stories or even awards, although we're happy to have won a few, as you mentioned, but impact. Impact is the sort of guiding light of what we think about when we organize our work. You know, how do you have so many stories you could do in any place, and as someone who follows Israel not quite as closely as you, but still closely, I could see that there's almost an infinite number of possibilities of stories to do literally every single day. You know, just this morning, an Iranian nuclear facility seems to have had an accident. How interesting. So one could be investigative in Israel, I think, infinitely. Where we point ourselves, and I think this has been valuable, is toward impact. Where can we do journalism that makes a difference? So the one thing that is different from my previous jobs is if I have a list of 10 stories, I try to choose the ones we might do where we could actually make a difference.
That's actually really interesting. I want to ask you to go down a little deeper on how you define impact.
Well, we're very clear on it, actually. It's interesting. We publish a quarterly report. We make it public, put it on the internet so that people who, that sort of keeps us honest, so to say. We're not claiming this just to donors and secret meetings. This is something that we publicly proclaim. So we're very conservative in what we define as impact. But impact is something substantive. I mean, journalists like to say when we feel a little depressed that our stories aren't making enough difference, well, at least we added something to the conversation. That to us is not impact. Impact is a law was changed, a man who was in jail was freed. And in the case of our coverage of the far-right neo-Nazi movements, literally a number of people who we identified as having participated in violence at Charlottesville back in the famous Unite the Right rally in 2017, as a result of our reporting, were indicted and sent to prison. So that is impact. It's a high bar. You don't need it in every story. But we are aiming for real world effects. And so that, you know, that changes your story choice. You're not going to do a story and say, well, here's something we're doing that's just really sad. And you should read the story and at the end of it feel that the world's a terrible place. We want you to read the story and get to the end of it and say, okay, if I were going to write a letter right now to the person who's accountable for this, I know who to send it to, I know who's accountable. And I know what my letter is going to say, which is, why don't you guys try it a better way? And so that is where we start. That is the beginning of a ProPublica investigation.
That's super interesting. And are there occasions, so you mentioned the far right and the neo-Nazi work, which has been stellar. And I know there was also an incredible amount of work on doctors and things. We can talk about some of the better examples of what I'm curious whether there has ever been a misinterpretation of the kind of impact you expected. In other words, you thought that the point of your story was X and somehow Y occurred.
You know, it's interesting. I have not had that experience so much here. I definitely had that experience in my previous life. I would say that the more common thing, because impact is very hard to predict, and so you know, sometimes you just do stories because they have to be done. You don't expect immediate impact. You know, we did very early in our time a statistical analysis of the now famous presidential pardon process. You know, in America, the president of the United States has unlimited power to pardon people who have committed crimes. And so we looked at who was getting pardons, and we tried to do a statistical analysis, and we concluded that basically, if you were a white person in America, you had about a 4 times better chance of getting a pardon than a black person who committed exactly the same crime. It's very complex how you do these statistics. But we published this story during the Obama administration. We had an African-American president, an African-American first lady, and an African-American attorney general who was running the pardon process. Sure. So we thought that everything would change the next morning. And not only did that not happen, it never changed at all. And it was politics. They didn't want to be perceived as doing anything that, quote, helped black criminals, quote, unquote. And so that to me remains one of the most stunningly unimpactful stories we've ever done. And it seemed like such a no-brainer. How could it be easier than this? So, you know, I would say the more common thing is, you know, you look at something and you think this is going to work and it doesn't. And then other times you think, well, I doubt anything will happen here, and the world goes crazy.
And can you think of a good example of that second?
Absolutely. We had a reporter come to us from the New York Daily News, and she wanted to write about the fact that the New York Police Department was in some cases sort of throwing people out of their apartments. They would say, we think you're dealing drugs, and so you have to leave your apartment. And these were mostly poor people, and the allegations were not things that were proven in court. They could come from police informants. And in some of these cases, it was pretty clear they had the wrong person, you know, and it wasn't right. And they were throwing people out of their apartments. Some of these people became homeless. So I thought it was a very good story. I liked it a lot. And the Daily News wasn't as enthusiastic about it as we were. So we said, well, we'll handle all the statistical stuff and we'll work with the reporter. And we published what I thought was a very nice story. And New York City went crazy. The city council passed 12 bills to fix this and like banned it. And then we won the Pulitzer Prize with the New York Daily News for public service, which is the biggest award you can win. Yes. I would never in a million years have assumed that we would either have that impact or that kind of public acclaim for that particular story. But, you know, looking back on it, it was a perfect kind of ProPublica story because we identified a problem. We used statistics and sort of, you know, more than anecdotes to prove it. And for some reason, the politicians were really irate about it and changed the whole thing. So, you know, people say all the time to us, you know, in the current environment, don't you want to give up on all of this? Because, you know, there are people who believe one thing and there are people who believe another, and you'll never persuade anybody of anything. There's certainly some truth in that, but I also would say, surprisingly, if you really bring the receipts, as we say in English, you know, the actual proof, you can change people's minds. Not always, not, you know, inevitably, but more than you might think.
That's actually super interesting. So you're mentioning this particular series with the Daily News makes me also want to ask you a little more about this model that ProPublica launched and that Shomrim, to some extent, is seeking to follow, which is to not always, but often team up with another news organization. So talk a little bit about when you first started doing this and whether it was met with open arms or not, because I think Shomrim also has, you know, a mixed reception to this idea of, hi, we have something free for you. Yeah, sure, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, and you mentioned that I was the founding managing editor. The founding editor of ProPublica was Paul Steiger, who was leading a number of years, very successful years, as the editor of the American paper, the Wall Street Journal. And it was his notion that we could come to major media outlets with investigative reporting and that they would be willing to publish it if it was offered for free. I was very skeptical of that. You know, I left the New York Times in the early 2000s. And during that period, the New York Times attitude toward partnerships was, we are the greatest newspaper in the world. Why do we need your dreck? You know, I mean, what's the point? You know, we can do everything ourselves. And we, like Shomrim, I think, were met in the early years with some mixed responses. One of the things that happened was that we were able to prove ourselves. Some of the early stories we did, I think, and this was deliberate, were quite good. So that people said, oh, well, if that's what you're going to do, that's a whole different thing. We like some of that. You know, a second thing is that the economics became very difficult. And the whole economic model began to shift. And so today, I would argue that for an internet publication, your number one driver of your money, your revenue, is subscription. Well, how do you get people to subscribe? Well, one of the great ways is to publish stories that are so exciting and so exclusive, so, you know, unique to your organization, that people will give you money every month. And so suddenly there became this very large premium on exclusive content. And lo and behold, not only were we creating it, but we were giving it to people for free. And so that then, I think, shifted the conversation. And it has continued to be favorable. I think, I would assume, I hope, the dream of Shomrim over time is to get where we have gotten to, which is at this point, we are now well known enough in the United States, and the internet is sufficiently capacious in terms of being able to sort of, take a great story and spread it around, that we don't, partnership is not a requirement for us. There are times where it makes an enormous amount of sense and we still do it. But this is something that we don't have to do. So if we
That's
have
very
a
interesting.
great,
And I mean, in a way, it's funny because in a way, your successful partnerships from the early years probably made it easier to find partners and also less necessary.
that is exactly right. I mean, our goal from the beginning was to build a credible publishing platform. We knew that the partnership model would get us closer, right? Because, you start on day one, your web traffic is exactly zero.
Yes.
And, there's so many choices on the internet that until you can sort of build a social media presence, and that is done essentially by circulating stories that have your name and your links on it, you don't have any traffic of your own. But hopefully over time, you use all the various levers and tricks of social media to get yourself an established audience who maybe doesn't come to you every day like a destination website, but when something big happens, you send them an email through an email subscription or a tweet or an alert, and you hope to sort of have them come to you when you have something.
Now, let me ask you about another complicated and interesting parallel between the United States and Israel, which is that one of the things of the last 4 years until the Biden administration came in is that the arrival of the Trump administration was both a threat and an enormous opportunity for investigative journalism. And in the same way, there's the head of government in Israel for the last many years has been someone who is populist and who also challenges the press openly. And so I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about the challenge of covering such, in our case, president, in the case of Israel, prime minister, which is someone, so the idea is that there's a political side that you want to be careful not to fall into, at the same time, not to allow untruths and inappropriate challenges to democracy to go forward unchallenged. So talk a little bit about that difficulty and challenge that you guys faced, because it was a very important period for ProPublica these 4 years.
Yes, I mean, first of all, I should say, and Trump does say this, he's never deigned to mention us in this regard, but it's absolutely true. On the day that he was elected, our budget for the year 2017 was $16 million. This year, after 4 years of Trump, it's $36 million. So clearly our contributions have benefited from having this guy in the White House. So there's no question about that. I think there are a number of things that one has to be careful of. It is easy when somebody is calling you constantly the enemy of the people to become emotionally engaged in that, and to look at everything that this person says or does as a lie, to take a dim view of that. And I think what has been very important for us is to continue to follow the evidence, and frankly, to present the evidence. We have tried not to get into these, back and forth arguments with the administration, but rather to say, let's stop arguing and let's start counting numbers here. Let's look at actual, again, as I mentioned earlier, receipts. One of our most famous stories under Trump was a piece about the policy they had on the U.S.-Mexico border of separating children from their family. When the family would arrive, they would put the child in a place without his mother or father in a sort of a chaotic, setting. Well, we had a source who went into one of these places and made a clandestine tape recording of what this sounded like. And you could hear clearly this little girl repeating over and over again that she wanted her mother, and that she had the phone number of a relative in the United States, and here was the number, and, oh, please help me. And this was such a stunning revelation when we published it, that the administration was forced to stop the policy. So we didn't argue about, immigration, good or bad. We said, this is what's happening, and here's the receipt. Here's the actual sound of a little child being separated and the suffering that they're undergoing. We had some, pediatricians listening to this. This is clearly a child in distress. And amazingly, our reporter was able to, the kid had remembered almost correctly the phone number. So we had all the digits except one. So we took that phone number and just kept guessing, and eventually found the right person, found the relative, was able to tell the entire story. And that was really one of the most powerful
that was impact, you know?
That was an extraordinary piece. That was the Ginger Thompson piece, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, the brilliant piece, absolutely. But it's a good example of keeping your eye on the ball of the work and not focusing on the man himself.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opinion on the internet. So our goal is not to add more opinion. We try really hard not to put that in our writing. We feel like plenty of other people have opinions, and they can take our word and say what they want. But we try to sort of stick to the facts.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm wondering though whether, you know, some of the contributions and some of the support that you've received have been sort of openly anti-Trump, and how you handle that, right? You know, it's important for you to say, we're not here to do anything about who's president, but to promote the things that we care about, right?
Yes, I had an interesting experience because we have for the last couple of years written a weekly column to our subscribers, you know, some of our donors. You know, if you give us $5, we'll send you an email. I don't know whether that's plus or minus, but there you go. And so originally the president of ProPublica wrote it, and now I've been writing it. And one of the things that I wrote shortly after Biden's election was confirmed is I said, look, dear ProPublica readers, we've been investigating Trump for 4 years. We're now going to be investigating Biden with equal vigor. And I have no doubt whatsoever that mistakes will be made by this administration. As I'm a Washington trained correspondent. I started with Reagan. I've covered them all as either an editor or reporter. They all make terrible mistakes. I was the lead reporter on Iran-Contra during the Republican years, so we know that amazing things can happen no matter who's president. And I said, we're going to cover those things. And I got a handful, I wouldn't say thousands, but I got several dozen people saying, why are you doing this? I thought you were on our side.
Yeah, perfect.
And I wrote back and I said, well, we're not actually on your side. We're not on anybody's side. And I think it's crucial, even if we lose donors, and we probably will, that we write tough stories about who's in the White House. You know, most of our existence, you know, on a percentage basis, 8 years of our existence with the Obama administration, we were very tough on them.
Yes, no, I think it's a very important point you're making, and I think it's important also in Israel, because especially in Israel, it has become so associated with pro or anti-Netanyahu that, you know, to sort of stay focused on what we do is even harder.
Yes,
so it's very, very important. Steve, I want to ask you also for a minute or two about the Pulitzers, because it's a, you know, it's a magical name and a vital brand, and you've been part of the steward of that brand for these last 9 years. So talk a little bit about, you know, that too, how it functions, and if it's changed in any way in the years that you've been watching and participating.
Sure. Well, it is a prize that is very valued by American journalists. You know, it's probably still the preeminent one. It has changed in the sort of 8 or 9 years now that I've been associated with it in some significant ways. I mean, Joseph Pulitzer was a famous American owner of newspapers. And, you know, not so long ago, the only people who could compete for a Pulitzer Prize were people who published stories in newspapers. And then they said, well, things are changing. Maybe websites could compete. And so that was opened the door, frankly, to ProPublica, among others, being a possible award winner. And we were the first internet news site to win a Pulitzer. In the years since then, we've opened it to magazines because it seemed to make no sense at all that you said the website of the New York Times is qualified, but the website of the New Yorker magazine was not. So magazines now compete in every category and have won a number of Pulitzer Prizes. Last year, we began for the first time a special category for audio. So we now have podcasts and, you know, radio programs that appear. And so step by step, I think we are trying to bring the Pulitzer Prizes into the 21st century in the sense that we all know that media is created and consumed, you know, in all possible ways. The New York Times makes movies, it makes podcasts, it produces text, it runs photography. There's no distinction here. And so my hope that my successors in the board as I leave will continue this process, and it ultimately goes to the best journalism, in whatever form it is.
Yeah, that's interesting. And do you feel that in these 4 years and the Trump years, did you feel the kind of political pressure on the Pulitzers we were talking about a minute ago?
You know, there is pressure almost every single year from various groups. We get letters and petitions and so on. There are a group of people who believe that this is a famous story about the New York Times winning a Pulitzer in the early 1930s for coverage of basically Stalin. Sure. And that the reporter basically got an interview with Stalin by ignoring the famine in the Ukraine. And I think there's pretty good evidence that this happened. The Times has long ago disavowed this. We get letters every year from Ukrainians saying, when are you going to take away this prize? And the board has looked at it repeatedly and decided that not to, for various complicated reasons. You know, we hear from the Armenians about things relating to the Turkish genocide. I mean, you know, I think increasingly people feel that this is another way to bring pressure on established, you know, parts of our cultural landscape. And sure, I mean, people are constantly saying, you know, investigate this and investigate that. I have to say, so far, we actually have hired people, you know, independent former journalists to do these investigations, and so far, none of the charges have held up. But I don't rule out the possibility that someday somebody will complain about something and it will turn out to be true.
Yes, of course. Now, another thing I want to ask you about that ProPublica has undertaken in recent years is a local journalism initiative. And this is relevant for lots of reasons that I want you to talk about. But one thing is that, for example, in Israel, historically, journalism is focused on the big questions, right? Politics, national security, and those who are focused on PTSD or healthcare or education or crime have been historically seen as sort of lower, lesser level of journalism. And I think that Israel has now become a much wealthier, more advanced society in which all of these issues, in fact, are quite vital and right. Tell you a lot. So I think that to some extent, your local journalism issue is related to that as money fell away from local journalism, you guys stepped in. So talk a little about the reason and the actual project.
Yeah, I mean, America being, of course, a larger country, you had a number of very, very viable newspapers in the larger cities and even in the smaller cities and states that covered the kind of news you're talking about. As the advertising model collapsed, these places went from, you know, like the Oregonian, where I worked, having 400 editorial employees to having 75. So wow. significant drop. And so what we were able to do is raise money nationally from some fairly wealthy donors, and then be able to say to some of these news organizations, look, we can pay for you to have a reporter to do investigative reporting. We'll give you a one-year salary. You propose the project because we're not going to tell you what to do. We don't know your area, but we will give you enormous amounts of support. Not only the salary of the reporter, but we'll give you legal support. We'll give you editing support. We'll help you with the quantitative journalism. So all of these things, you know, sort of allow them to do amazing work. And some of them that we have done over the last several years have really been remarkable. I mean, we did a grant to a reporter in Alaska who looked at the issue of the failure to investigate sexual assaults by the police in Alaska. It's a very local story, but it turned out that essentially the police were ignoring rape. And it had a real impact in the state. Also, the federal government sent money to help. And so this is, you know, something that, you know, can really fit our model. And it's been surprising to us that it is easier to raise money sort of nationally. In other words, I don't know if this is true in Israel, but we have people who understand the value of local journalism. Even though they may live in Chicago, they'll give us money to help journalism in California or you know, Florida or Tennessee. And that's been surprising. It's actually easier to raise the money from that person than it is to go to Tennessee and say, in Memphis, I want to raise $1 million to fund a local journalism website. That turns out to be harder.
That's actually quite surprising and interesting, yeah. But I mean, I think the central point you're making too is that these local stories that really are quite important that get overlooked because of the changing nature of the economic model of journalism. So ProPublica has done such remarkable work. I want to thank you for stewarding it so brilliantly, for sharing your time with us. And I turn it back over to you, Eyal and Alona. Thank you so much.
בפרויקט זה בדיוק אותו דבר שיצרנו בשומרים, הבאנו 10 מונולוגים של קולות מהמחאה השחורה בישראל. אמניות ואמנים, בני הקהילה האתיופית, שעוסקים באמנות חזותית, פלסטית ובמוזיקה, וכן פעילים חברתיים ואשת חינוך. עבדתי על הפרויקט הזה בקיץ 2020, בזמן שבארצות הברית בערה המחאה השחורה Black Lives Matter, שסוקרה באופן נרחב גם בתקשורת בישראל ועשתה כותרות. חשבנו שיהיה נכון דווקא להסתכל פנימה ולא רק החוצה, ולשאול מה קורה בחברה הישראלית. לצורך הפרויקט פניתי לאמנים ואמניות שהכרתי את עבודתם, ויצרתי קשר עם דמויות מפתח בקהילה שחיברו אותי ליוצרים מעניינים. חיפשתי דווקא את המעגלים השניים והשלישיים של הסצנה, אלה שעדיין לא התקבלו למיינסטרים המוזיאלי או שחדרו אל הפלייליסטים ברדיו. חיפשתי יוצרים שבעבודות שלהם הם נוגעים באופן ישיר בעצבים חשופים. לשמחתי קיבלתי בשומרים את משאבי הזמן לתחקיר ולבניית תהליך של אמון מול היוצרים. גילינו בפרויקט הזה קווים דומים בין המאבק ארוך השנים של הקהילה האתיופית בישראל ובין המחאה השחורה בארצות הברית. זה שהם אוכלים המבורגר ואנחנו אוכלים פלאפל זה לא משנה, הסביר לי בנג'מין סמיין, אחד האמנים שהשתתף בפרויקט. מה שמאפיין את המחאה של הקהילה האתיופית בישראל בשנים האחרונות הוא פרץ יצירתי של דור צברים שמביעים את המחאה שלהם דרך אמנות ותרבות פופולרית שמצליחות להעביר את המורכבות של המסרים. את המחאה על אלימות משטרתית, מחאה על גזענות בחברה הישראלית. הם מעלים שאלות של זהות, צבע והתקבלות. גילינו שהכל שם, בציור, בצילום, במוזיקה. בחרנו להביא את החומרים דרך מונולוגים של האמנים עצמם, ולא לתווך אותם. הבנו שגם כשהקולות של הקהילה האתיופית נשמעים בתקשורת בישראל, הם כמעט תמיד מתווכים. הפעם רצינו לתת להם את הבמה, גם בפרסום האמנות שלהם וגם בטקסטים שמלווים את התהליך היצירתי, שנובע בדרך כלל מתוך חוויה פרטית. מה שהיה מעניין ומרגש זה שבסופו של דבר אותו פרויקט על המחאה השחורה בישראל התפרסם גם במגזין פורוורד בארצות הברית. כלומר, המבט החוצה שהוביל אותנו להתבונן פנימה פרץ בסופו של דבר את הגבולות וקיבל גם קונטקסט אוניברסלי. זה קורה כי תופעות תרבותיות משקפות תמיד תהליכים בחברה. אומנות מלווה מחאות וזרמים אידיאולוגיים מאז ומתמיד. ראינו את זה השנה בבלפור כשהאומנות ירדה לרחובות והולידה חומרים ויזואליים אפקטיביים יותר מכל סיקור עיתונאי. וכשלומדים את התרבות של המחאה או של הקהילה ומנתחים אותה, אפשר להבין הרבה על היסודות והמוטיבציה. אומנות יודעת לשאול שאלות ולהציע תשובות, וכשהיא טובה היא לא עושה הנחות. היא יודעת גם לבעבע מחאות ולהוציא אנשים לרחובות, בעיקר בעידן של רשתות חברתיות. ואנחנו, כעיתונאים ועיתונאיות, מחויבים להתייחס אליה, לסקר אותה ולתת לה במה.
אנחנו מתקרבים לסוף ושמרנו בשבילו את הקצפת. יש לנו שני רעיונות, זה אחר זה, עם שני אנשים שבלי הגזמה שינו את ההיסטוריה. דיוויד הורוביץ, חבר הוועדה המייעצת שלנו, ישוחח עם ג'ודי קנטור מהניו יורק טיימס, שכמו שהזכרנו קודם, התחקיר המשותף שלה עם מייגן טוהי פרץ את הדרך לתנועת מיטו. דיוויד הוא המייסד והעורך של אתר החדשות The Times of Israel, ובעברו שימש כעורך הג'רוזלם פוסט וכעורך הג'רוזלם ריפורט. הוא גם זכה בפרס מפעל החיים של ארגון בני ברית.
לאחר מכן, אילנה דיין, גם היא חברת הוועדה המייעצת שלנו, תראיין את סטיב קרופט, איש 60 Minutes האגדי. קשה להציג את אילנה לציבור הישראלי. מה שלא תגיד, הם כבר יודעים. ובכל זאת, בבחירות העיתונאים והעיתונאיות בישראל, ומבילת עיתונות התחקירים בארץ דרך עובדה שמשודרת מאז 1993. בין היתר, היא זכתה בפרס סוקולוב לעיתונות אלקטרונית, על היותה מופת של דור שלם של עיתונאיות ועיתונאים חוקרים. באות אביר איכות השלטון של התנועה לאיכות השלטון, בפרס מפעל חיים של האקדמיה לקולנוע ולטלוויזיה, ו3 פעמים בפרס האקדמיה לתוכנית התחקירים.
Hi, Alona and Eyal, and welcome to Jody. Jody Cantor, thank you so much for being with us. Jody, of course, is a veteran correspondent at the New York Times, and together with your colleague, Megan Toohey, in 2017, you at the New York Times broke the story of Harvey Weinstein's decades of sexual harassment and assault. That first story in October 2017 headlined, Harvey Weinstein paid off sexual harassment accusers for decades. It led ultimately to Weinstein's conviction a little over a year ago and a jail sentence of 23 years. And your reporting on Weinstein, it is widely thought, changed America, indeed prompted a worldwide reckoning. I know you have a bit of an Israel connection too. We should mention that. You were here as a Dorot Fellow way back in 96, 97. You even speak a little Hebrew. So again, thank you for joining us. And we want to talk in this conversation a little about the mechanics of investigative journalism, how you got that story and brought it to publication, interacted with your editors, the legal and other pressures you faced, and the fallout, and maybe some lessons that we could all learn. So again, welcome. And let me ask you first of all, when you started work on this story, really two things. How did you get going? And did you realize quite early on that this was potentially momentous and really would prompt some immense fallout?
Sure.
להתחיל, רציתי להגיד שלום מברוקלין. יש לנו שפה משותפת, וגם יש צד מוזר ישראלי לסיפור ווינסטיין. אין לי הזדמנות לתרגל עברית פה בברוקלין, ואני כל כך לא כותבת על מזרח התיכון לניו יורק טיימס, אבל אני מאוד שמחה להיות איתכם לדבר על הכוח של עיתונות, אבל עכשיו נחזור באנגלית, כי אני מתביישת בגלל המבטא שלי והשגיאות, ואני גם רוצה להיות מדויקת במילים שלי, אבל תודה לכם for including me in something really special that you're doing. So to answer your question, the Weinstein story actually began with another story about sexual harassment that now seems like it was 1,000 sexual harassment stories ago, but it was really quite a signal story. It was about the American Fox News host Bill O'Reilly, who was a really, really big deal in the United States. He was a media megastar, kind of like fixture of the conservative firmament. And my colleagues, Michael Schmidt and Emily Steele, spent 8 months tracking down the fact that he had secretly, and Fox had secretly paid off woman after woman to quiet sexual harassment allegations. And not only was that a huge scoop, but amazingly, after that was published, O'Reilly was fired, which was unthinkable because the history on this issue had been a kind of history of lack of accountability. And when that story was over, the editors asked, at the Times, asked like a question that now seems very quaint. They said, are there other powerful men in American life who have abused women and covered it up? And, you know, how can we do those stories? So they came to me and another group of reporters, and I said, I think we should investigate Harvey Weinstein. You know, and I was drawn to the subject because it seemed so hard. I knew that other people had taken on the story and failed. And, you know, calling sources on a difficult subject is always challenging. But in this case, you know, we were sitting around the office saying things like, how do we get Salma Hayek's personal phone number? You know, how do we establish a direct line to her? We felt we couldn't go through intermediaries. We couldn't go through agents and publicists. We really had to get to the women themselves and kind of instantly convince them to trust us. And also, these are, you know, generally in Hollywood, stars don't like journalists. They equate journalism with like tabloid journalism, very sort of, you know, intrusive, privacy destroying journalism. And so we had to come across totally differently to them and persuade them to trust us. Did I have a clue? I, of course, had no idea that of what the consequences of this kind of reporting could be. I think one of the part of the magic of investigative journalism is that you can never really tell what impact a story will have. It's when that information lives freely in society and people are allowed to react to the truth, then you can finally, you know, you can finally see the sort of chemistry that results in impact. However, I did feel that there was kind of the potential for a special reaction, because when I looked at these movie stars, I felt like we grew up with these women. We feel that we know them. They are familiar characters in our own lives. And the screen is where we learn so much. These are the women who sort of, they were the authors of our idea of femininity, of what it means to have a romance, what it means to be a young woman in the world. And so if while they were doing these roles, something very menacing was happening in the background, that kind of changes, you know, our whole picture. There's like a massive cultural surprise in discovering that we don't really understand at all this thing that we thought was very familiar to us.
First of all, your Hebrew is pretty good there. That came right out of left field. Was there like a breakthrough interview moment? Because you kind of say that the story was kind of around, but nobody had been able to document it sufficiently, correct?
Yeah, it was like an open secret. And we in fact had to early, as a journalist, you listen to a lot of condescending lectures and you have to listen to them with patience, because sometimes you can learn something from them, even if it's just in sort of, I'm sure you've experienced this yourself. Sometimes there's something telling about somebody's dismissiveness towards a story. And in this case, we had to sit around and listen to these condescending lectures from Hollywood executives who were like, oh, Jody, oh, Megan, the casting couch is just part of Hollywood. It's intrinsic to the business. There are these male producers. There's an endless supply of gorgeous young female talent. It's a very unfortunate part of our industry, but it's been there since the beginning, and it's just intrinsic, and it's never going to change. And even if you manage to get your story, which you won't, nothing will change, because this is just Hollywood. So that was very much the attitude we were up against, and part of persuading people to talk to us involved convincing them that this was, even if everybody knew this, and even if it was an open secret, there was a lot of power in actually documenting it.
It was almost as though you were having to tell them that what had happened was not okay in terms of the victims. You had to persuade them.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to make it sound like we ran a campaign to sort of, interpret people's experience for them. But I think that the most important thing is that some of these women didn't know that they had been part of a pattern, and they had been blaming themselves for years. We would talk to women who said, oh, Jody, I could never go on the record because you don't understand. I went to the hotel room. I should have run away. I should have known better. And then you speak to these women and you say, well, do you know that there are dozens of other women who experienced the same thing, and that it was almost like a script that always had the same beats, and that it wasn't only you, and that there were high-powered lawyers covering it up, and there were settlements, and et cetera, et cetera. And then the enormity of what they had been a part of would really hit them, because they had never necessarily known, and many of them had blamed themselves in part.
You say it began with the editors encouraging you, and then the paper was unfailingly supportive. They gave you resources. The lawyers were always available. You didn't have to do any other daily reporting, or none of that, or how did that play out?
We really had the resources to focus on the Weinstein story. We felt that everybody in the organization was behind us. And also, as you know, a lot of investigative journalism is about experience. I mean, God bless people who do it, who are new to it, but Megan and I felt that we had the accumulated experience and weight and authority of the Times backing us up at every point along the way. And we wrote a book taking you behind the scenes of the investigation. It's called She Said, and I think one of the things that comes through in the book, I hope, is that even with somebody as menacing and manipulative as Weinstein, he was almost no match for the really powerful tools of journalism all coming to bear on him. We all wonder, how do you take on a bully? It's like a question we ask from childhood. It's a hard question, whether it's a bully when you're 9 years old or whether it's a bully like Harvey Weinstein. The question of how to fully take somebody on like that is a really hard one. And I think the answer is you do it as a team. You do it with really strong institutions and really well-established rules on your side. And even though Weinstein used a lot of really questionable techniques, we can talk about the Black Cube agents if you like, none of that was ever a match, I think, for the bravery of our sources and these women who ultimately did want to tell the truth, and then also the Times's commitment to really getting the story out.
Yeah, do tell us a little bit about really, the tools that he tried to use. I think the choice of the word menacing that's a scary word. So he had tools, including some Israeli ex-intelligence agents. He had all kinds of non-disclosure agreements with people. He had extremely active lawyers. Give us a sense of what you were up against.
The moral horror of the Weinstein story is, how did this guy accumulate 40 years of allegations? And all along the way, many powerful people, most powerful people who knew about it, instead of helping the women, they decided to help Weinstein. Why is that? You know, why did he have so much help? Why did he almost seem to acquire more and more help as he went along? And that, to me, has always been, you know, part of the heart of the story. And look, I'm the grandchild of Holocaust survivors. The question of, I think it's just a question that infuses investigative journalism. Why did people choose to go along? Why do they even help? You know, when they know that something very seriously is wrong. And so there's a whole spectrum. You know, you can talk about the Hollywood agents who repeatedly sent women into these hotel rooms for years and years and years, even though the women were coming back and reporting to Hollywood's most powerful agents what was going on. You can talk about the lawyers like David Boies and Lisa Bloom, who had, you know, a pretty clear sense of the allegations and chose to side with Weinstein and to help him in pretty dramatic ways. You know, or you can talk about the kind of black cube techniques. I think the story is pretty well known in Israel at this point, which is that Weinstein hired Black Cube to try to help him. And Black Cube used really questionable tactics. You know, and to be clear, for a journalist like me, dealing with like a private investigator who's gonna, you know, look at you on the internet, that's no big deal. I mean, it's a little unsavory, but that stuff is basically legal. Black Cube crossed the line because they engaged in actively deceptive practices. Like, for example, they sent this agent to try to dupe me into, you know, she sort of dangled this like money-making proposition in front of me. She really had some chutzpah because she posed as a women's rights advocate in order to try to get me to talk. You know, I brushed her off because there was something like not right about her email. And I was also like, I was so busy with the Weinstein investigation that summer. I also had a 2-year-old at that point in the house. And I was like, I don't have time to meet this, you know, random woman for coffee. So in some sense, my 2-year-old saved me from Black Cube. And I also knew, you know, the Times has really strict, another thing I should mention, because this is very relevant to your project, the Times has really strict ethical rules. And in her first email to me, she was promising like what appeared to be like a big fee, some sort of lucrative proposition for taking part in some private equity thing in London. But I knew at a glance, there's no way that the New York Times ever would have allowed me to do something like that. So if Black Cube actually had any understanding of our world at that point and of the really strict ethical parameters that we live by, I think they would have known that they had no chance with me. They sent agents to my apartment building here in Brooklyn. They took pictures of my courtyard. I think they may have followed me on the subway at some point. For me, that stuff was only mildly disturbing because we are trained to try to deal with it. And it really did not ultimately have that much effect on our reporting. Where it is much more troubling is that they also did it to sources. These were women with, like Rose McGowan, with serious allegations against Weinstein. And, you know, the fact that these women who were looking for a way to tell their story could have been duped and were to some extent duped by Black Cube is very disturbing. But I also want to say that, like, b'sach hakol, the truth won. You know, Black Cube got a lot of attention and maybe even some free advertising out of this story. But when you really look at what happened, it's a story ultimately of Black Cube being ineffective.
One thing that I think I'm getting from what you're saying, which I don't find surprising, but maybe is worth stressing, and maybe you don't feel it's the case, but it seems to me that having with you such an extraordinary journalistic institution gave you a sense of security and reduced some of the concerns that investigative journalists at less credible, less proven, less well-resourced publications would not have, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you saw it in, for example, if you read She Said, you'll see the story of Dean Baquet, who is the executive editor of the New York Times and is also an investigative journalist himself. And he really let us do the work, and he was just advising in the background. But he, Matt Purdy, Rebecca Corbett, that was our main editing team. They had been through so many investigations over the years. They could anticipate Weinstein's moves in advance to a certain degree. And they are also experts in this tricky balancing act that journalists have to play, because you have to be really fair to people who are doing terrible things to you. Even I think one thing that people misunderstand about investigative journalism is that we weren't looking to get into a fight with Harvey Weinstein. We weren't even looking to take down Harvey Weinstein. Our only allegiance was to the truth. So there was this very delicate aspect that almost became funny in the end, where, at the end, Weinstein is like going at us. He shows up unannounced in our office. He's using Black Cube. He threw this huge lawsuit at us. And at the same time, we were trying to be fair to him and, kept saying, Harvey, well, we need comment from you. How do you want to respond to these allegations? Because part of making the story airtight involves making sure that he has really had a chance. He has really had a chance to say his piece. I think that part of the value of experience here is in distinguishing a real threat from a lot of noise. For example, in the final few days of the investigation, Weinstein hit us with what looked like a very intimidating threat of a lawsuit. I think this document was 18 pages long. It had all this scary language. You have no right to, pursue this story. We're going to sue you to, high heaven. You're doing this wrong legally and that wrong legally. And the Times' lawyers, because they've been through this many times, they were able to just see through the lawsuit and say, this is essentially an empty threat. And there's no way that Weinstein, I think, ever would have sued us on these matters, because it would mean that, in discovery, we would have been able to demand all of his documents and correspondence on the issue of how he treated women. And that was the last thing he was looking to reveal.
I want to ask you, just, I heard your Fresh Air interview, I think it was, and you said we actually we refused to speak to him off the record, because then you get trapped into a material that you can't present the way you want to present it. Elaborate a little bit on that, and on any other very specific lessons that you have for investigative journalists that are really central to being able to achieve the story that you're trying desperately to bring to the public.
So part of the reason we didn't want to speak to him off the record is that when you look, we speak to people off the record all the time. It's obviously very important. It can establish a lot of trust, but as a journalist, it makes you a little bit vulnerable because you can be lied to. Part of the way we hold people accountable is that we have the power to put things into print. We can say, okay, if you want to make that assertion, I'm going to show the rest of the world that assertion, and everybody's going to be able to inspect it. And it really needs to hold up in the light of day. And when you let someone speak to you off the record, you essentially give away the biggest power you have, which is to show the world your material. And so on the whole, there was, if you read the book, you'll see one special instance where we let him speak to us off the record. But then when we wrote the book, we got the whole interaction on the record because we wanted to really show people, look what they were trying to do to influence the story. It was essentially an example of them trying to smear the women off the record. I think the biggest lesson I have to share with other people in terms of investigative journalism, and I mean this if you're a journalist yourself, if you're thinking of supporting investigative journalism, or if you're just a consumer and a reader of investigative journalism, is that you don't know until you know. You don't know until you know. I mean, even though there were many rumors about Weinstein, this news was ultimately very shocking. It was shocking, the scale of it, the ubiquity of it, the fact that he appears to have menaced more than one generation of actresses, as well as his own employees. The fact that these were some of the most powerful and admired women in the world who were actually his victims. And then I think the biggest shock of all was what happened once Me Too went global, and we started to hear these stories from every segment of society in every country, regardless of religion, economic situation, different cultural backgrounds. And I think even for those of us who prided ourselves on, sort of knowing what was going on with women, the truth was none of us had any idea of the extent of it. It was impossible to fathom how common this was until people really started coming out with their stories. And so I think the biggest lesson of all is just, you cannot assume, you cannot assume that our assessment of people and situations is correct, and until you've got real proof and documentation.
Okay, Jodie, we've run out of time. I have many more questions, so maybe we'll do a follow-up one day. Congratulations on your work, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be with you.
Thank
you. It was 2 years ago, the legendary 60 Minutes bade farewell to Steve Kraft. After 30 years and some 500 stories, 11 Emmys and 5 Peabody Awards, and more importantly, a lifetime of outstanding journalism. Steve was the first American reporter on the grounds in Chernobyl. His Stay By Your Man interview with Bill and Hillary Clinton produced one of the defining moments in American political history. And after 16 interviews with Barack Obama, he still carefully maintained a reporter-subject relationship with the president. Steve, it's a pleasure having you with us. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and appreciate everything that you're doing, and happy to be included in the very illustrious group of people that you're talking to.
You know, there's one thing you said time and again, it's always about the story. Steve, what makes a story a story? What is indispensable?
You know, it's 60 Minutes. I think Don Hewitt, the creator and executive producer, would say, tell me a story and tell me something that I don't know. That's basically it. Something that's of interest, and tell me something that's important. Tell me something that I'd be fascinated with, and make me look at the world a little bit differently than I did before this story was done.
You know, anybody who does television reporting knows the tension between the written text and the visual image. And right. Television very often prefers the latter, and we as journalists very often are committed to the former. Do you remember an incident in which you lived the tension between the two?
Well, you always feel the tension between the two, particularly if you try. There are certain kinds of stories that are particularly investigative stories that you just can't do because, first of all, it requires somebody to come on camera and say something, and preferably not in shadows, which we're not a big fan of. We're never a big fan of at 60 Minutes, or disguised voices, only in extreme circumstances. But it was helped by Don Hewitt's original concept that he believed that people listened to television and didn't watch television. And so you need to write for the ear, and you need to, you can't lose them. You've got to keep the audience engaged sentence to sentence by sentence by sentence. And I think that was a real stroke of genius on Don's part, and I think it's true. I do think that the narrations on these stories are more, just as important as the interviews and the ways that
is it true that he would often watch the first drafts of a story with his eyes closed?
Or looking down at the script, usually looking down at the script.
Not on the screen?
Not at the screen.
And yourself, is it right that you pulled nights, you know, till dawn, just rewriting and rewriting the text?
It's true. It's true, in part because of the way I worked, and in part because of the demands of the job. You know, the demands of the job, you would be fully involved in whatever it was that you were doing. And whether it was being on the road for a week or 2 weeks or in a row, shooting stories and then coming back and trying to get them on the air. And you would have a deadline and they say, well, we'd like the story this week. And I always found it easier to work in the afternoon. And because you're dealing with a number of different producers and a number of different stories, not just one, I always thought it was kind of easy to spend the first part of the day clearing away the things that were going to interfere with concentrating on the story.
And then writing through the night. It makes two of us, for whatever it's worth. But let's go to the other side of the spectrum, to the television part of the spectrum. You still remember, Steve, what happened when you asked Clint Eastwood if it wasn't somewhat unconventional to have 7 children from 5 women? What happened when you asked the question?
Well, I had a long conversation with my producer about how we were going to ask the question and the phrasing of the question, because I figured that he would go, I didn't know what he was going to do. I thought he would get angry. I thought he would, but he just didn't do anything. He just looked at me and gave me this stare like, you just made a serious mistake. Let's see where we're going with this. And it was really chilling. And the pause went on much longer than the pause that we had to edit the pause down because it was really long before I came back.
But you had to make the decision whether you interrupt the pause, but you decided to wait because you figured there is power to silence.
Yes, and that's something that's very underestimated in television. There's nothing more powerful than silence. Even 3 or 4 or 5 seconds is an eternity. And it's an effect that a lot of people don't use or don't realize the importance of. It's very powerful. There's nothing he could have said in that that got his point across more succinctly.
Stronger than that. And if someone, Steve, were to ask you, did 60 Minutes essentially produce Clint kind of stories so that it could run in-depth investigative pieces about Saddam Hussein and the military and corruption and money laundering? What would you say, that with a spoonful of sugar, the medicine goes down? You need Clint and Seinfeld and Woody Allen to run the other kind of stories?
Yes, I think so. And I think one of the successes of 60 Minutes was the variety and the fact that they were essentially 3 acts. And you tried to have in the mix of stories, the ones that ran in a particular show was very important to how the viewer's reaction after the story aired, or while the story was going on, whether they liked it or not. And I think that we tried to have one investigative story. We tried to have one sort of background story that put people up to brought people up to speed and expanded on something that might be in the news that day, that week, last year. And then something at the end that was lighter, had to do with the art or culture or entertainment.
Let's talk about the tougher part, or the in-depth kind of stories, the ones that carry dilemmas with them. When you take on a serial killer, and I believe you were the only one who interviewed a serial killer on 60 Minutes, was it Charles Culler, right? Believed to have murdered hundreds of people. You remember agonizing over the possibility that you give him fame rather than shame?
Yes, I think that that's obviously part of the equation, and you struggle with that all the time. I don't think that we made him famous. He was not really that well known. But I think that we gave people insight into this particular serial killer, who happened to be a nurse at a number of different hospitals and kept getting passed from one to the other after he was caught or suspected of maybe killing somebody.
So do you set yourself a challenge before you approach such an interview? There's something that I want the viewer to stay with, something that I want to sink in?
Yes. You don't always know what that's going to be before you go and do the interview, though. What you want to do is to try and bring out all the possible reactions that you might get. and explore them while it's going on. And you never really know, I never really know when the camera turns on what we're going to end up using or what we're not, because it takes on a life of its own once the interview gets started.
Right. And
you have to make the decisions afterwards in what you're going to include and how you're going to set it up.
And there's one thing that we both know. When you expose, say, a corrupted congressman or a fabricator writer, which you did both, someone's life is going to change forever after the piece airs. And I guess that's perhaps the cruelest definition of our profession, the fact that we influence in such a way people's lives. Ever had a second thought about the story because of that?
There's some stories that I felt that influence or that feeling. I had that feeling. One was a story we did on Greg Mortensen, who was wrote a book, very famous book called something, 2 Cups of Tea or something like that. I can't remember. And had become a real advocate for women education in Afghanistan and built a lot of schools. And it turned out that a number of his colleagues came to us and said that there are real problems with this, that the money's not being totally properly accounted for, that the claims are being exaggerated. It was a very hard story to do. And I think a lot of people said, well, why are you destroying this guy's life? I don't know if we destroyed his life or not. But I think that we had, because he was raising money from the public, that it was important that, that people understand the circumstances and the issues with the story. I felt bad about it at the time, I really did. But in the end, I think it was important that we did the story. Otherwise, things continue. If things are going wrong, if you don't try and put a stop to them and you allow them to continue, then if something happens that you may regret later on for not doing the story, you have to be conscious of that too.
I guess that's a more romantic definition of our profession. I will lend you, Steve, one of my own dilemmas. It happened just the other day. We were about to air an investigative piece about a prominent public Israeli figure who sexually assaulted tens of young boys and girls for decades. Mm-hmm. He tried to commit suicide roughly 12 hours before we went on the air, hospitalized in an unstable condition. We had to make a decision whether to run the story at 9:30 p.m. or not. He was still hospitalized. He still is. Would you go ahead with it? What would you have decided?
Well, I don't know the circumstances of the story. I think that, I don't know, that's really a tough one. I haven't been in exactly that situation. I've done stories where I worried about what kind of an effect it's going to have on the person that we were doing the story.
We decided to run the story, particularly because the victims were so traumatized and devastated, because the story was so unique, because his monstrous character was so dark, and because it was so evident that these factors overshadow his own tragedy. But yeah, you can never know. And eventually we got, the public sentiment was with us. But that brings me to the next question. There's one fascinating phenomena that I discovered. Right and left roughly divided on the issue of whether we have to run the story or not on social media, almost like a reflection of the basic right-wing sentiment against the media in this country and in yours. Many on that side of the aisle were opposing the broadcast, which brings me to the American version of this phenomena, AKA Donald Trump. And first of all, how come you never interviewed President Trump? Never tried?
How come I didn't?
Yeah, because you interviewed President Obama 16 times.
Did. Scott Pelley did, Leslie Stahl did.
I know.
I think that where you talk about the competitive nature of this. I did a lot of interviews with President Obama, and I think people on the show felt that it was time to give somebody else those stories and not try and continue this what was seen by some people as a monopoly. But also, I think that he was never somebody that I really wanted to interview.
Why?
Because he just is, he's a bully. He just won't stop talking. And I've watched interview after interview after interview. It's like a runaway train. And you get very little out of it other than him showing off his worst characteristics.
I'm sure you watched Leslie Stahl's last interview with President Obama, him bullying her, dismissing her, cutting the interview short. Did you try to think what would you have done had you been sitting in her place?
With Obama or with Trump?
With Trump. Her last interview with Trump when he cut it short.
Right. Well, I think that's a good example of I think that the most powerful part of that interview was the question that Leslie brilliantly asked her. Wasn't really a question, it was a statement. Mr. President, we can't put things like that in the air if they're not true. And some of these things you're saying are not true. It was, I thought, incredibly well handled. And I think she called him out to everybody who was watching that. I thought that was what I was left with in terms of you could tell Leslie's frustration. I think that she did a good job. I mean, a few people have done good jobs. I think Lester Holt of NBC did a very good job with President Trump early. I think that Chris Wallace did a good job with Donald. I think Leslie did a good job with Leslie, but with Trump. But I think that Trump's animosity towards 60 Minutes was much greater than it was to NBC or to Fox.
So she had a tougher. She had a tougher challenge. But you quoted her saying, "Mr. President, we cannot run lies on the air." And basically speaking, truth perhaps doesn't matter anymore after Trump's era because lying has been normalized. I mean, we could have reported from Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania that, no significant election fraud was detected, and the mob still stormed the Capitol, truly believing that Biden stole the election. How did it get there? How did it happen that lies have been normalized?
Well, it's certainly been accelerated by the volume of news coverage and the volume I associate it with social media, I associate it with online journalism, I associate it with talk television on cable. There's so many voices out there, and everybody wants to be heard, and everybody is playing to their own base, so to put it, if you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They're not interested in presenting both sides of the story or any kind of balance. They want to give their audience red meat to get the ratings. And so there's nobody that stops and says, wait a minute, that's not true. You can't say that. That just doesn't happen. And so the public has sort of been deluged with all this stuff. And I think in the end with Donald Trump, a majority of the people managed to realize that he was not to be believed and understood the game that was being played. And so I think people have to make their own judgment. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I think what you're trying to do with Shomrim, am I saying that right?
Shomrim, yes, you're doing good.
Is to fill a void that has been created by the collapse of the financial infrastructure that supported journalism forever, really.
So you have the feeling that the old model of news being financed by financial organizations that own mainstream media outlets is obsolete or almost obsolete?
I would say it's becoming more and more irrelevant. It used to be when you had 3 networks and local newspapers in every town, sometimes more than one, you got a lot of things that you could, there were choices. And there was also some professional standards. And also, obviously newspapers had their own point of view, and some television stations had their own point of view.
But they had professional standards.
They had professional standards. There was a certain amount of training that went on to get one of these jobs. They were hard, not easy to get to. They weren't very well paid. And the people that generally took them were committed to certain principles. And I think that's what's changed. It's not completely new, because it's certainly, if you go back to the early 20th century with the muckrakers and the progressive movement, which was important and fulfilled very important role by exposing the wrongs of society.
But what you're saying, Steve,
to Hearst in the Hearst Empire.
Right. But what you're saying, Steve, which is rather sad and pessimistic, is that those of us who still believe in professional journalism, in not catering to any base, looking for the facts and reporting them honestly, might become something of the past in the foreseeable future. That's not what people want to get.
Well, I think right now what is important, and this is why I think that this effort is of the independent, not publicly financed but donor based,
yes,
is so important, because somebody needs to fulfill that role, and there needs to be right now there is a void there. Not very many people are doing it, and even this is my own opinion. I think even the mainstream organizations, the most powerful and most journalistically reputable organizations in the country have sort of lost their way a little bit, and have allowed the editorial opinions to creep into the news sections.
Did you have that feeling in your last days or weeks or months on 60 Minutes, that something is changing?
Yes, I think a lot of things were changing. I think everything is changing.
No, but in the sense that you had the feeling that there's no listening to the kind of reporting that you did in the 80s and the 90s.
Well, I was very fortunate in that I was working at 60 Minutes, because we still had an audience of between 10 and 15 million people on most weeks that tuned in. That's a huge audience in the United States, particularly when everything else is so fragmented. So it wasn't so much that it was taking place where I was, it was more taking place on the outside.
Right, right. And I got to ask you, and feel free not to answer that question. Was there ever economic or advertisers' pressure applied on you via your executives, your managers, not to run a story, not to investigate one because it might be harmful economically for the network?
A few times.
What did you do?
It was some of it in things like this are, I won't say self-censorship, but you know that there's certain rails that you don't want to touch, and that I'll give one of them, and that's the National Football League. And to a certain extent, all of the networks, it's one of the most lucrative properties that they have, all the ones that are involved with the NFL, and the NFL is a monolithic organization. And certainly there was if you were going to do a story about problems within the NFL, problems with injuries, or the danger of the sport, or particularly the NFL teams conspiring to try and bury the problem or hide the research information, that was going to create lots of problems. And we dipped into that a few times discreetly, but I think that you don't go. And I think, be honest with you, I think that it's also a problem for the kind of journalism Sharma wants to do, because you have to be, in the word of caution, you have to be steadfast and not let your donors influence what stories you're covering.
No question about it. But
it's very hard.
Right. And the one thing that we both know is that the real challenge, the real moral test, is the moment you get the first tip. Do you follow that tip, or do you apply self-censorship? And that's something which we often, we seldom think about. I have to ask you one more question about Donald Trump. You know, his rough relationship with the media is well known. TV made him in a way and then repented it in a way. On a scale of 1 to 10, Steve, what grade would you give the American press with regard to its coverage of Donald Trump? Was it a failure, a fiasco, a success, neither of them?
I think it's very complicated. I think that the press in many ways was responsible for Donald Trump, and particularly in the early stages of his campaign, in the way it was covered and the whole way the debates were handled. I think that in some ways, you know, it was always a dilemma. Do you attack him and you straight on and maybe cross the editorial bipartisanship line by condemning something that's completely out of line, knowing that the people that support him are only going to be aggravated and respond against you, the press. And that was what he was very successful at doing.
Exactly, exactly. That's where we become an asset rather than a liability for him. And we experience a very similar dilemma in this country. Of all the people that you interviewed, Steve, of all the situations that you shot, of all the places you've been to, is there one instance, one moment, one shot, one person, one sentence that stays with you more than most others?
I think the situations mostly where you were in some sort of danger at war, and in Beirut or El Salvador, or where I got my first reporting job in Vietnam.
As a soldier, basically, as a military.
Right, I was working for Stars and Stripes, which was the American military newspaper. I was in the Army, but I was a reporter. And those circumstances certainly stay with you. Anything that sort of tests your mortality. But yeah, you know, one of the things that is so gratifying to me is that there's not just one or two, but there's so many, and so many interesting people. I really had the good fortune of being able not only to work with some of the people I idolized when I was a young reporter, but also to meet people that were wonderful journalists or fantastic actors, or, you know, interviewing Maggie Smith or Clint Eastwood or
Jerry Seinfeld.
Yes, Jerry Seinfeld, yes. And get to have the opportunity to spend time with him, or President Obama.
What was it about President Obama that made him, for you, different than any other politician you've ever met?
I think he had, well, first of all, I had more access to him than any other politician that I've ever had. The one thing that I thought really struck me was the fact that he always seemed to know the answers. You could ask him a very complicated question, and you could tell from his answers and the way he tried to answer them that he was fully informed. He didn't have to turn to his aides or ask them any questions. And am I saying this right? Is that wrong? But he never, I can't remember an instance when he did it.
Deep and eloquent, almost like Donald Trump.
Yeah. Who, you know, this is my own opinion, knew nothing about what he was doing. Well, he knew what he was doing. He had,
in a way, yeah, right,
yeah,
right.
At some level, he was very clever. And very manipulative, and able to get himself elected the president of the United States under what I would have considered almost impossible odds.
Were you confident with your decision to retire?
Yes.
How come?
A number of different reasons. I'm getting older. I have spent too many late nights working till 4 o'clock in the morning, and 50 years really in the business of deadlines. And I wanted to live my last days free of stress. I wanted to remove it from my life. I was never very good at dealing with it. And I wanted to enjoy myself. I also saw, to be honest with you, I saw the changes that were starting to happen. And I wasn't happy with some of them. And I thought that it was going to be a much more difficult environment to operate under, to operate in. And I figured that this was a good time to go.
When you speak about stress, I wonder what part of the job was stressful, most stressful for you than any other part? The interviewing, the preparation, the editing, the deadline?
I think that the pressure was the pressure that I put on myself to do the best job that I possibly could to try and uphold the standards of this show of 60 Minutes, and to meet the standards or try and meet the standards of the people that I worked with. And to me, that was really important. And I didn't think that when I came there, you did absolutely the best you could. You were never satisfied until the deadline came and put the story on the air. And I just felt like all I was doing was trying to maintain those standards in a way that I could do it with my limited abilities.
Any story you refused to do?
There have been a couple. I can't really remember what. I want to go back to what I was talking about earlier.
Go ahead.
About the fact that you know, the problem of conflicts of interest or certain stories that you can't do. Now, I have no way of knowing this is a real story or not, but I heard it a long time ago, and I believe it, that there was a conversation going on between the editor of Rolling Stone and Ralph Nader. And the editor of Rolling Stone said, "There's no story we can't do and won't do." And he said, "That's BS. You're not going to do a story on how the mafia controls newspaper and magazine distribution in this country." And he was right. There are always things that are going to make those kinds. You're always going to run into some things that you don't feel you can report on because you're not going to be able to report them out.
But it's interesting, it was Ralph Nader, the left-wing activist, who said that, and now it's Steve Kroft saying it, saying that, yeah, it's interesting that many mainstream media organizations, from the Rolling Stones perhaps to CBS, there are stories they wouldn't run.
Or stories that you didn't feel you could do. That, I think, was the way I took your question. And I think that there were times when I felt, I can remember I do remember a story. I can remember when I was in the London Bureau as a correspondent for the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather, and the Bhopal incident happened. Union Carbide explosion that was a horrible, horrible accident. My father had worked for Union Carbide for 40 years. I had grown up surrounded by that company. And I knew from conversations that I'd had with him that there were people that knew about the dangers of the chemical business that dwarfed what my father used to say, the threat of nuclear power and nuclear accidents. And I didn't feel like I was the person to do that story. I felt like I had too many things in my own mind going on that were my own personal feelings, and I didn't want to be. Also, I thought that I had a clear conflict of interest, and I shouldn't do that story. Obviously, it had to be done, but I didn't feel like I could do it, and I said I wouldn't do it.
So we don't always cover everything. What's the best advice? What's the best advice, Steve, you ever got as a journalist?
Be conscious. Don't let yourself be contaminated by the political atmosphere and by your donors. That you need to be out. You need to establish yourself. Right now, there's just nobody in the middle. There's just very, very, very few alternatives, very few people and organizations left that will present both sides of the story. Not necessarily equally, but at least in I like the word fair, to be fair. And Don Hewitt always used to say, if you're doing this story, just give them one last break, just throw in there something that, that explains their feelings. I mean, I'm talking about the target of an investigation.
Right.
That
give him some grace, or her.
Yes. And it's not going to be, don't be afraid to let them have the opposite side have their say. I mean, obviously you don't want to let them tell lies. And if they do try and tell you lies, you come back and you point those lies out. But I think that there's a responsibility that you want to have people left with the thought that you did your best to give them all the information that you thought was relevant to the story that you were doing. And I don't think you have to necessarily bend over backwards, but I do think that you should be fair. I'm not saying balanced, because I think that's going too far on the other direction, but fair. And I think it was well served. I think it served me. I think it served Don Hewitt well, and he was the person at 60 Minutes that created it. I mean, he used to say, I don't like the term investigative reporting, and I don't like the term investigative journalism. It makes it sound self-important. It's all reporting. Reporting is supposed to be investigating, and all investigative reporters do is they do reporting, and they have more time. They have the luxury of more time to follow the who, what, why, where, when to the next layer and keep peeling back who, what, why, where until you get as close as you can to get to the truth. And I like to think that journalism is more important than the word investigative.
It's interesting. You're saying all reporters ask the 5 W's. We investigative reporters have to ask them over and over again. But we do basically reporting. All of us are doing reporting. And
who really are the people that are involved in this story? What are their motives? What are their possible motives? Who might have influenced their decisions? What political background is at play? What parts of the system, as we might call it, are at play in trying to control the way this story is presented? There are certain systemic roadblocks that you run into when you're doing this job. The biggest one, I think, is that people are going to lie to you, particularly government officials, and particularly people who are trying to direct the story, whether it's corporate PR or whoever. You're going to get lied to. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to try and get you to print something, and it's your job to sit through and figure it out.
It's something that Ben Bradley, the late editor of the Washington Post, said that his main lesson after Watergate was, when you get the formal truth, go search for the true truth. And I guess that's always true. And before we say goodbye, Steve, I think those last words of yours, which were said with so much passion, resonate with what your colleagues at 60 Minutes wrote to you or about you when you said goodbye. And they wrote, without his eye for the outrageous, without his willingness to unpack the complicated stories most reporters would tell you are impossible to tell on television, and most of all, without his elegant, spare writing that serves the story without ever calling attention to itself, anyone here just calls him Croft, and without him, 60 Minutes will not be the same. 60 Minutes probably is not the same. And it was a pleasure, Steve, to have this conversation with you. Thank you so much for your time.
And good luck.
And for everything else you did. Thank you very much, Steve. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Best of luck.
והנה הסתיים הכנס, והגענו לשלב התודות. אז תודה ענקית לכל מי שלקח חלק בהפקת הכנס, לפני ומאחורי הקלעים. תודה לכל המשתתפים כמובן, ותודה אישית ומיוחדת לדורון סלע ולרון שוורץ שלנו, ותודה לך אייל.
תודה לך אלונה. אנחנו מזמינים אתכם להיכנס לאתר שלנו, להירשם ולעקוב אחרינו ולהתראות בכנס הבא.